Hello, everybody. Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. I hope you all are doing well. I see Last Dance down there and possibly RW. Thanks for being here, guys. I'm going to go ahead and open up a tab on YouTube just to add another viewer because it says 0 right now. And I hope everyone is doing well. We're in December, the holiday season, Christmas season, whatever holiday you might celebrate, or maybe you don't celebrate at all, which is cool too. So, welcome everybody. I hope we have a lively show tonight. We probably will. We've had a few lively ones in a row here. Quite warm out here still. Where are we? Let's see. It's funny, the thing that I always glide my cursor over it and the whole window pops up with the weather. When you actually try to find it, it won't pop up. Is it that thing? Let's see. Nope, it's not. That's the cloud. It's a cloud. You would think, hey, it's a cloud. It's the weather. No, it's the cloud, where apparently things get stored that I have no idea what they are. I got a little bottle tonight that was given as a gift to me by a good college buddy of mine I've mentioned before. This was given to him. That is nice quality rum. Not huge. Get the old glasses here and see if I can... Let me guess that's... What is that? 180 mLs. Interesting. It's not a size... Oh yeah, you can see that this isn't from the United States. It says here, not for under 18, no pregnant women, and no driving. So this is clear. Holy shit, 75 proof. That's a little bit low. So yeah, excited to try it. I think this is obviously from the Dominican Republic. Cool. Should be tasty. Give it a shot in a few minutes. I could get it in the freezer. -7 Celsius in England. Yeah, let me just tap my phone. Okay, we're at 50 here, which is a lot warmer than -7. Ten Celsius. Yeah, we're in kind of a, might get slobbered. That's possible. Anything's possible. Thank you for that. It's the thumbs up thing. And welcome Backstage Boxing. Great to see you again, man. Another week. And a lot of interesting stuff going on in the world, as usual. The ceasefire has ended. I think that was inevitable. Yeah, you know, it's a shit show. It's such a complicated situation over there that it's nothing that we're ever going to solve here. As we all know, we don't want to see people suffer and get murdered. You know, whatever. It's incredibly complicated. Interesting news, there were 3 young college men that were shot in Burlington, Vermont, which was kind of shocking. I believe they were of Palestinian descent. And yeah, in my eyes, they were completely innocent. And they did not do anything to be deserving of that. One of them got spine shot, which is absolutely horrible. Hi, wife. Good to see you. Here you go. Yeah, just I spent a lot of time in Burlington. Love that city. Love Vermont. I lived there for, 10 years. Beautiful place. It sucks when you're, to me, the whole state is landlocked. Doesn't touch the ocean. I'm an ocean guy. The mountains are a good substitute for a while, but the ocean is the ocean. That's my thing. So it only lasted so long for me before I came back to the ocean. Chris John Wright, good to see you, man. Anna, how are you? Cheers to you. Welcome, welcome. I hope you are well. Funny new trend going on YouTube. It is people speaking multiple different languages but translating the same word, and usually German is the last word, and German is a very hard language, especially with its pronunciations, and it's funny to hear it juxtaposed to other languages that the same word might be kind of soft and dainty. In German it can be quite abrasive sounding, but all good. There's a lot of Germanic languages, right? All right, I'm giving it a try. Foreign rum, here we go. First taste test. Dorado. And yet, añado. I'm going to pronounce it that way. Smooth. No burn at all. Little dirty tasting on the back end. Little caramel. Nice, soft, warm flavored rum. Not strong. Like I said, no burn. Little dirt though. Little bitterness on the follow-up. Not from the alcohol, by the way. But a decent rum nonetheless. And I only took a little. Just a tiny little. Yeah, it's definitely got an like an astringent doesn't have the best smell, but not bad. Not bad. Overall, I'll give it a rating. 1 through 10, 10 being the best. 7.2 would be great with a splash of anything on the rocks. It's definitely a good mixing rum. Maybe a little Coke or a little bit of boiling soda pop or whatever. Ginger ale would be good with that. It does have a slight ginger flavor. So let me catch up with that. Is that very recent? Hi, Chris John. Right? Was that a very recent attack? As in the last few hours? Because I have not heard of that. Let's go to X. X is the best for breaking news, in my opinion. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Just in, man screams. Let's just say AA. I think you guys know what that is. It's a Arabic expression. Kills at least once and injures multiple others in a terror attack near the Eiffel Tower. Damn. That's crazy. Hadn't heard of it. Thank you for the heads up. I'm not going to say that expression here on my live stream, but you guys know what I mean. I don't care if you put it in the comments. No, I didn't. Just communicating a little upstairs. Oh, well, that sucks. The person who got killed and the people who got injured, that's terrible. Very disappointing. You got it, RW. I could say that as well. Welcome. Did I say welcome to Renee Jean? How you doing, man? I don't think I did. That's your first comment, right? Good to see you, bro. Welcome. BBs, I get it. BBS. I read that as rims. Wheels, a type of wheels like they used to put on like certain types of cars. Lowriders and Volkswagens and such. Hoopties, if you will. Alright, I wanted to roll a joint. Maybe I'll just go ahead and do that. Get that out of the way. Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. I don't know, anybody doing anything, getting prepped up for the holidays? We got our Christmas tree today, and I had the pleasure of watching Home Alone and watching my daughter decorate the tree. Not much of a finer thing you can do, and just relax on the couch and the lights go up, the ornaments, shiny and bright. And Home Alone, an absolute classic. I remember I saw that with my oldest brother in the theaters, and people were like falling down in the aisles. They were laughing so hard. This shit was very, very funny at the time. It's a classic now. It stands up to time, but it's not like legendary. Uh-oh, what's the plumbing issue? I'm pretty good with plumbing, and we do have another guy who's a very, very, very good with plumbing, who may show up or may not, but let me know. I do have to often assess things, and sometimes I call plumbers to fix them, but... Oh, garbage disposal. You have a garbage disposal wrench. Goes underneath in the bottom. You put it in the hole in the bottom, and you spin it around. There's also a reset button on the bottom. Often a thing will get stuck on the side between the wall and the teeth, and will stop it from spinning. You have to unstuck it with the... Can't move it even with the wrench. You might have something that's severely jammed in there. Honestly, it's a fairly easy job. Obviously, you shine a flashlight down in the top, and if you try to see if you can see anything stuck in the edges. Had it not been run for a week or so, like, was there a period of time when it was sitting dormant, per se? Because if that happens, it can seize up around the edges. But if it's very rusty inside, it's possible that it's jammed completely with rust. Not ideal, but you can take a can of WD-40 with one of those extender nozzles and squirt around the edges real quick. Don't hose the thing. You're not trying to fill your drain with oil. Just a quick hit might lube it. I've tried them all. That might work, might not. But like, if you're not getting it unstuck in both directions with the garbage disposal wrench, you might be screwed. And like I said, replacing them out of a 1 through 10 on difficulty, there's one move that's hard. The lifting up of the new disposal and getting it onto the bracket, the drain. If you don't have to change the drain, hopefully your drain's in good shape. You don't have to touch any of that. It's fairly easy. But last dance, I would say you're the type of guy who would pay a guy. New disposal. Make sure you get stainless steel if you get a new one. Badger makes an SS, as well as a couple of other brands. But get stainless steel. You want that thing to have a 9-year, or at least 9-year life. Don't get the Badger 500. Fucking things last 3 years and they seize up. Hi, cup of tea. Good to see you, man. Nice waddle. I think that's what it's called on a turkey's head, right? But anyways, good luck with it, bro. A broken disposal is not the end of the world. If you don't send food down there, if you're just careful with it, you can go forever. It ain't gonna kill you. But they are convenient as hell. Especially you with all the vegetables and skins and fucking seeds and God only knows what other kind of bizarre vegan things go down there, but I'm sure it comes in handy. Oh yeah, he went on a trip, didn't he? I hope it was good, man. I'm sweating. I got pit stains going here. Can't do that anymore. Ireland, huh? Oh shit, no kidding. You were up in Ireland when it I wonder if you got to see any of it blowing up. Let us know if you did. I threw out the old Irish Lives Matter tweet on Twitter, X, because apparently that's being investigated as a hate crime, which is the most bizarre thing I've heard in a long time. That guys are fucked over there, and I know you say it's coming to us next, and it very well might be. Um, no, and I did have a bit of an episode last week where I kind of flipped out a little bit. I was a bit triggered. You know, those little kids that got stabbed in Ireland really bothered me, man. One of them was I think she's not doing too well. So you know, I take that shit to heart, you know. My bloodlines run deep over there, so it's a good country, as is the UK, and I've got UK blood in me too. England per se, so just a little passionate, that's all. There you go. I did cut my hair a few months ago. It was like up here, so it grows pretty quick. I'm gonna keep it around the length that it's at now. Just ride the lightning, because eventually I'll look like, there's some actor, I can't think, like Mark Knopfler, kind of balding but with long hair. It's not a good look. Eventually you gotta go, shaved head or whatever, but I'll run it out as long as I can. Progressivism invents really fanciful things. That's for damn sure, Renee. Thanks, man. I won't cut it. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe when I heard that expression, Irish Lives Matter, was being investigated as a hate crime. It was spray painted to me what looked like a dumpster. Was there some further context to it that they would call it that? No idea. But very odd. Yeah, I have to have some semblance of, like, at work I put my hair back in a ponytail, I wear a hat, and I clean up a little bit during the week. At least on Monday, and that gets me to Friday. I have to be somewhat presentable. It's a hard no from wife, which is expected completely. But anyways, like I said, I would like to hear if Cup of Tea did happen to see any of that over there. He probably did not, or else he would have said something. Viking wedding. First, I didn't catch a lot of there you go. I didn't catch a ton of Goon's stream last night, but what I did catch, I did like. He was ripping it up. He had some new faces in there. Did well for himself. Guy just shreds. Love some random Goon. He's the man. Hopefully we see him tonight. What does SSW mean? South by Southwest? Ah, cool. No, that's fine. I'm all for abbreviations. It saves time. Less typing. I'm surprised they don't have, like, on a phone, they don't have just a room thermometer, or a thermometer that you could, like, press a button and it tells you the temperature wherever the phone is sitting. And you would think that would be something that would be fairly common. I guess it's not wanted, or maybe it wouldn't be accurate. There's got to be an app for it, but does that mean there's a built-in thermometer, a digital thermometer in the phone that's not being accessed unless you have an app? You would think Samsung would have it as part of the phone's, built-in features. You could theoretically just have it in a room, and it could tell you the temperature of the room that you're in, rather than have to get up and look at a thermostat. It seems like that would be a no-brainer. They are warmer when they're in use, that's true. Maybe it would have to be some sort of temperature sensor, like a surface temperature thing. You would point the camera at a surface and, hey, Lee, I was just talking about you, man. Good to see you. Notice no empathy for the thousands, not just 2 or 3. Yeah. It's, Ashley, how are you? I'm going to just read Lee's comment, concentrate on it for 15 seconds. Yeah, I almost want like a little clarification on that comment. Maybe I'm misreading it. Does it make sense to you guys? Thumbs up, thumbs sideways, thumbs down, sideways, right. It's a little confusing. All right, I'm not alone. Last Dance? You get it. All right, he sees what he's saying. I mean, it's not surprising. You're smarter than me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel sorry for all kids. I love kids, man. He's being sarcastic, right? The sarcasm doesn't always pan over online, so if you don't use sarcasm when you're reading it, it doesn't work. And occasionally I miss sarcasm when I'm doing a lot here. Evening, Reverend Simon Sideways. Good to see you, man. This is a good guy here. You guys should subscribe to his channel. He's doing a lot of interesting stuff. It's on YouTube. I don't know if you have a second, Last Dance, to throw that in the chat. He's interesting. He's interviewing a lot of cutting edge kind of people with varying viewpoints, like on both sides. He's not going for people that all want to agree with him, which is cool and very interesting. In fact, an Irishman by the last name of Rowan, I believe. He interviewed him recently, or maybe it was his first name, Rowan, one or the other. But that was a good interview, and he's a good follow on Twitter/X as well. So it's good to see you, man. Thank you for being here. Also, he's good buddies with Based Welshman. Welshman's been on his show before. So it's all a big circle, Very cool. Yeah, right. That might not work. Although, I mean, that reference, there's a Monte Carlo, right? A Monte Carlo, Rowan Croft, that's it, yeah. Monte Carlo SS, so I mean, Super Sport, Smokesteve. There's a lot more to it than what you might be thinking, but very good follow, that guy, and a great interview, man. We're going to go ahead and open this bad boy up if you guys are ready. Music? All right. I could just do acoustic. I have it here. I have, it's funny. I went and dug out another instrument because Random Goon was kind of pushing me towards, like, why aren't I I could record I'm about to, a rhythm track. I have a digital audio workstation, a free one, and they make you agree to only use it for in-house practice. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll do that. Like, and you have to buy the commercial version, but if I use it to record tracks and just play the tracks while I'm overdubbing them or playing a solo over them, it would totally be fine. But I don't have the time to record anything, unfortunately. Check out this bad boy. It's a little djembe drum. It has quite nice sound. Headphone warning. I mean, that could lay down a little bit of a beat in the background. I know, but it's an African drum. It's an old school drum. Throw a little of the old. That was kind of lame, sorry, but I did something, and I will put together a whole rhythm track one of these days. Where's the drumsticks? I don't have any, sorry. Well, let me throw the settings back proper here. Who's that going to be? How you doing, dude?
All right.
Good, man.
How you doing?
Pretty good, thank you.
Actually, I am getting sick.
Okay. I think I'm getting over getting sick, but it's to be determined. I might have bronchitis.
My daughter has had a bad cold, and today at 5 o'clock, not 3 hours ago, got my first symptoms. I've started getting a sore throat. So we'll see where it goes, but I should be able to make it through tonight.
There you go. Right on. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It'll set on, and then you'll have a couple of days of crap, and then
Yep.
start feeling better midweek, hopefully. Yeah, Reverend, get on that thing. Play it, man. Learn your basic major chords first, and then that's it. Play. Like, the thing with instruments, if you don't fucking play... Like, I have a buddy, he's got all these $1,000 guitars. He keeps them in his cases with humidifiers and all this kind of jazz. I'm like, yeah, but do you play them? And he's like, not really. He's got a beater that he plays occasionally, but, you know, what's the point? Dude's in his 60s. Get out, get your ass up there and play. What's up, man? That's a nice drum.
Can I go for it for a second?
Sure. Nice. Sounds good. I'm going to answer English bottle cap real quick. The best way to learn guitar is to get a book of chords that's written in tablature, standard tablature. Learn how to read tablature, then just learn your chords and play. It hurts your fingers like crazy at first, but you got to just do it, in my opinion. Once you get your chords down and stuff like that, then go start working on lessons. But I think it's pointless to go start with lessons. Like if you're completely green, you can get a pretty good base on your own before you start paying someone $60 an hour or whatever they're charging now. And who do we have? Ethan, good to see you, man.
RW, your comments came out just fine.
Interesting.
Do you have, you've got to, I don't do it sometimes. You've got to set the chat to live chat. By default, it's top chat.
No, this is in the actual StreamYard's
StreamYard?
comments.
Okay. There's your test.
That's on private chat. It's not a big deal. I was just doing the lyrics for Ben Harper's Burn One Down that he started
Yeah,
playing.
you know that song. Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Let
yeah,
us burn one from end to end.
That's a great song.
And pass it over to me, my friend.
Mm-hmm. Heard that first in Humboldt County in the mid to late 90s. So Ethan says a comment, and then right under it you say test, and then you
Yes.
you do. So
but before that there was 3. It must have been on my end. I was just making sure that it wasn't any YouTube fail.
No, everything that starts on StreamYard then goes to YouTube after. And it's a 10-second delay, so
Really?
yeah, for YouTube. They do that in case somebody porn bombs me if I have time to get rid of them, but that's not true because it still comes in but 10 seconds later. There's no way I could be some ninja who could delete it or somehow skip it. It's still going to happen 10 seconds later. So I don't really understand the delay. Maybe if someone was going to the only way I guess would be to completely end the stream, right? Before it made it to that.
I think it'd be too late, right?
Yeah, there's like a more than 10-second delay in the stream.
It sounds like the server for StreamYards is in China or something, and you're pinging China, and then that's pinging San Francisco or wherever. So it's just
possibly. So you're saying that StreamYard, YouTube is 10 seconds after, right?
Whatever you're saying it is.
That's what StreamYard tells when I create the thing. It says there's a 10-second delay, but
I find that that I see things on comments on YouTube before I see them in the StreamYard stream.
Mm-hmm.
So, but once they're on YouTube, you've already seen them.
But those are from people who aren't on StreamYard.
Right. Those are from people who aren't on StreamYard. But
right. I got you.
Even if there's a delay when you see them on the StreamYard stream, it's already too late to stop them from going out on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. I got you. Anna got ripped off by Burger King. That is a tough break.
Have it their way.
Yeah, I feel like Burger King's gone downhill. I haven't been there in a really, really long time. And I don't think I ever will again. Welshman, did you show yourself real quick on camera down there? Since we had that guy that he kind of warned me about. I want to be vigilant.
Oh, yeah. Is your boyfriend coming tonight?
Yeah, he's most probably ghosting. He ghosts everywhere.
Okay.
He follows you.
Yeah, so basically, on that chap, I mean, you can have him on the panel. Odds on he will porn bomb you, but as long as you take it off, it's not a problem. But he has cost people their accounts. Seriously, the guy, the host walked home from the canal, his canal boat, to his house, which takes about 25 minutes. And in that time, he just put gore on his thumbnail, sort of thing, and just
Sounds like Russian roulette with penis.
So he basically left his screen opened.
Well, while he was walking home, it's my mate Mark Kelly. While he
know
was
him.
walking home, yeah, you know Mark. His channel went down. His channel went down, mate.
That's crazy.
And it went down because that crinkle just played gore and horrid stuff.
You know, I was thinking about it based. What is his opposition to you? I don't feel like I feel like you're in the better interests of your country.
Of course, but he's like the British version of McGrande.
Okay.
He can't listen to reason, or for example, my problem is, mass migration's a massive problem in my country because it's out of control. Now, most people can see that. That's not, it's only like the very few people, the noisy minority, that scream and, racist and all that. Because, it's a concern, and it's a rightful concern.
Good evening, all.
Greetings.
Hey, Lee.
Hello.
Who's echoing?
It's usually bass.
Well, it's Welshman.
It's not me because, well, we'll have to double check that because I'm going through Opera, and Opera stopped this. It was like, I think it was Chrome that was at the fault of echoing originally, and I've changed to Opera. It's supposed to not happen anymore.
All right, hold on. It's echoing now. It's echoing now. It's echoing, and it stopped echoing when I muted Based Welshman.
All right. Was it you? I muted myself.
Oh, wait. All right, hold on. Nobody mute themselves. Okay, yeah, it's not URW. It's Based Welshman.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes it's just if your volume's too high, it picks up the feedback.
Yeah, I'll come out and come back in and see if that normally does it.
All right.
It's usually based on volume, but it's all good. Atlas should be in here too. I don't know if he's coming on camera tonight, but also Dora is going to be coming, and Ashley is here.
Excuse me.
What was that sound?
Nothing. I was just
Feeling sick?
feeling a little sick, yeah.
A little sicker?
Oh, I got you.
No, I didn't say anything. All right, here we go. All right, he's back.
1, 2, 1, 2.
I can definitely tell it's him based on the top of his head.
Sounds
no,
good.
no.
No.
Nice and clear. Nice and clear.
All good.
Yeah.
That's better.
Why you gotta get rid of the top of your head, base? That's robs the people, man.
I never go
loud.
camera.
He keeps a low profile.
Right. It's because he's laying down in bed.
Right. Literally, he's maintaining a low profile.
Mhm.
Right. Did you guys see Ron Jeremy? Anything about it? Him being released to? First of all, I didn't know he was in prison.
Yeah.
And then he's being released. He has dementia, and so he's not harmful, but they're only going to give him male carers.
Right. Like
So-
that's going to stop him.
So,
He was always so sleazy looking, dude. Ever since I ever knew he existed, he was just like a real greasy guy.
But he was the original swordsman, and he always it was always performed. He could cue it, and it would switch on when he wanted. No problem. Every time.
I mean,
A friend of mine got like
gonorrhea.
one of his posters. No, let me finish. He got like a Ron Jeremy poster, and he was in Las Vegas, and Ron Jeremy was there, and he signed it, and then he put it up in his office cubicle just to see if people would if he'd see if their eyes went to it, and if he saw a look of recognition, And then two, would they acknowledge it and say something? You know,
Did he
Right.
get shit for it?
most people, he thought a good half people kind of clocked it and knew who it was. And most people didn't say anything, and a few people said, "Hey, look at that! It's Ron Jeremy."
Distinctly
Hey,
So-
unique.
Welshman, I just want to say a couple of weeks back when you were putting that stream from, was it from Dublin?
Yeah, when I was restreaming streams.
Yeah, that was cool.
Mm.
I did send you a couple of messages, but there was thousands flying through. But I thought, oh, this is interesting because like you're broadcasting it live, and then I was watching the news at the same time because I wanted to see the comparison. And
Yeah.
boy, it was making me giggle. Great entertainment. They were playing it down so much, and yet I'm watching live pictures of what's actually happening.
Yeah.
Oh, it was great. But
I mean,
yeah, thanks for that. It was really good. Really good.
I enjoy doing commentary on that, but the problem is you can get strikes on it. So normally I don't download the live. I just like it.
Right.
But I do enjoy that.
Yeah.
But I'll give you some update on the island thing because obviously we talked about it last week as well. Got some
Do you
terrible.
throw stuff up on Rumble or no?
Sorry?
Do you
Rumble?
ever throw anything up on Rumble
No.
when you have to worry about strikes?
No, not at the moment.
Okay,
I'm not
that's
that,
cool.
I'm not that well organised. But to talk about what happened in Dublin with the stabbing of three innocent children, 2 adults, or all innocents. These reports have been coming through, and sadly, one of the children is clinically brain dead. But
Yeah, I
they're
heard that.
But they're keeping her alive.
Ventilator.
For press or why?
Political reasons.
Yeah, that's not cool.
So
Yeah.
we're getting reports from medical staff directly involved saying they're leaking it out, and of all accounts, this child's been dead for days, for like a week.
Jeez.
But they're not.
Yeah.
And so if it comes out in the near future, I've been hearing about it since day one because there was, reports that there was one child died at day one, and I think
Yeah, massive blood loss, I'm sure. Let me ask you this, some questions that I've had that I haven't been able to get answers to. Where was the stabber from?
Algeria.
How did he get to Ireland?
I don't know how he got there, but he'd been there for 23 years. He'd already been refused asylum, and because he stayed, this is like clown world territory, but I'm sure you'll hear of something crazy like in America. So what happens, because he stayed, they don't actively make you leave. So then he appealed again and then won his appeal. But he basically has not contributed to Ireland's economy for 23 years. That's all he's done is leader.
Where does he get his money?
Benefits.
Yeah,
Benefits.
So to refuse him asylum essentially is almost nothing.
Yeah.
He's
So
getting
I've-
every fucking thing anyways.
Steve, that's the thing about this country, and I know we've touched on it before. From their point of view, it's all golden honey because I can get here, I can get accommodation, I can get
Well,
money.
They get more.
That's why
They
Yeah.
get more because obviously they get dental care straight away. You
Yep.
can't get dental care. I can't get dental care. No one can.
Look,
It's just-
it's simple anyway. If you land from North Africa or the Middle East into the southern parts of Europe, whether that's Greece or Italy, just think about it logically. Why do they all want to make a beeline for us? Because they get everything. It's the best country in the whole of Europe, so that's why they come here, and that's the
I
problem
thought
we've
they
got.
get there by catapult.
well,
It's a one-way trip anyway.
so this story that's gone is like 20 years old.
Very Boucher.
This is a story I'm hearing, which is happening now. So there's people that have been refused, that have committed crimes, but they still haven't been deported, and they're not actively being forced to deport. It's called what's it called? It's called, like, basically you do it voluntarily. You leave the country voluntarily. It's called self something. There is a term for it.
Extrication? No.
Something like that, but it's not that word. I know
Right, because that's a made up word, I'm pretty sure.
Self-delete.
Self-extradition. You know, they basically leave by themselves voluntarily.
Hmm.
It's like, well, how the fuck does that work? That's like saying, oh, you owe the bank 500 quid. Well, you know, when I've got the cash, I'll pay a little bit, and apart from that, that's it. You know, it's like, what
But
are you on about?
I think the other annoying thing is, and Welshman, tell me if I'm wrong, because you'll know more about it than me. But you do feel, and people kind of know there's an undercurrent, but you can't say anything because you're racist. That there's a lot of crimes going on by those that shouldn't be here that is being covered up, and it might be like minor crimes, but it's certainly increased, and especially sexual assaults on girls late at night, getting home and stuff, and they cover it up.
It's all
They cover
done.
it up.
But the problem is the globalists picked on Ireland, and they picked on the wrong country in Northern Europe, really, because they've sat on it for a long time now, but it's been very quick. But now you've got to understand that they believe in ethno-nationalism, they believe in nationalism, they believe in all these things because obviously they're Ireland, they were persecuted, they would say, by the British. Yeah.
Right.
So they really have picked on the wrong people to start labelling all these people far right Nazis and extremists and all that because they've reacted because 3 children under the age of 7 were stabbed, their teacher and someone else.
That's right.
Have you in the USA had any news about who the new Holland Dutch Prime Minister is? Is that being broadcast on? Yeah.
Well, I've seen it on, not on the news, on X, Twitter. I've definitely seen it, but no, on the evening news here, that's not something we're going to see much about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's reported.
Right. I just think that I think that's bigger than.
So is it reported that he's a Nazi?
Yeah, he's always, in the progressive press, it's always described as far right, Geert Wilders.
But he's being labeled that, but he's not labeling himself that, right? I'm confused.
No, he's not.
No.
Is this a swing that you guys think is going to start happening? Is this the response that you're going to start to see in countries?
I think so. Yeah, this is that's why I brought it up. I think this is I don't think people realize how big this is. This is probably the beginning of something quite big. I think that will spread throughout Europe.
The UK, he's
universal church state, perhaps.
He wasn't allowed in the UK either. So now it's quite crazy that the Dutch Prime Minister is banned from the UK. But now
and not only that, the amusing thing from my point of view, I'm sure you find it as well, Welshman, with it being closer to home than obviously you Americans, is that they're part of the EU, which that goes completely against their way of thinking, which is hilarious. So what are they going to do with him? Sorry.
No, I'm just giving you shit. Go ahead.
Oh no, go on. What did you? I didn't hear because it cut out.
What do you mean, you Americans?
You Americans, yeah, America, fucking A. Too right.
Well, to me, what this shows you is when you have extreme sides of things, then what you're going to end up having is massive shifts when people get fed up from one side to the other. Like there is something to be said for moderate. Either way, moderate Democrats, moderate Republicans, people closer to the center, I think are in general, and especially in Europe, are going to be successful. But you don't have that. For example, obviously in Ireland right now, you spray paint Irish Lives Matter. It's a fucking hate crime.
Yeah.
And they have a murder, this little girl that's being kept alive. They don't want to charge this fucking maniac with murder. He should be fucking beat to death, man. I mean, and people are trying to defend him and his kind. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, but what's really interesting, like if I this is our international pub. Occasionally I go to the pub in my town, and I've got a group of friends there, and my jaw's almost hitting the ground because a few years ago, I'm highlighting the fact that there's too many people coming into the country. We don't know who they are, what they've done, and they're sort of a collective group that were like, oh, they could contribute to society and this. I'm thinking, what? And we have a good debate about it, and now I'm at the bar with my jaw hitting the ground because the media now seems to have changed its mind and is highlighting the fact how much money we're spending. And they're going, oh, yeah, this isn't good. And I'm thinking, I was telling you this years ago.
Flipping.
Yeah,
So
it's like, I was telling you this. Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
But
Yeah.
Steve was explaining the whole Hegelian dialectic where you war two sides against each other. So you have extreme left and extreme right. And like you're saying, people are meeting in the middle. The whole point is to push people this direction. And that's what's happening.
Okay, Steve, I've just put this in the back chat. I'll give you some background if you wouldn't mind playing it. It's very relevant to Ireland. I know we're on about Ireland all of a sudden instead of America.
Mick O'Keefe?
Yeah, so it's the Mick O'Keefe tweet. And I'll give you some context before we play it. So Ashley Murphy was a teacher that was stabbed 21 times in the neck by an adventurer.
Adventurer.
And her husband gave a victim impact statement, and what happened was the Irish legacy media, mainstream media, they refused to publish all of his statements because they said it was hateful and stuff. So if you want to, it's not, by the way, it's not. Nothing's hateful about it, and it's freely available, but they don't actually read it out in this clip. They actually agree on it. So they actually say, oh, yeah, she actually bigs up the legacy media for not actually playing the whole statement.
All right. Are we ready?
Yeah. And this was like,
I'm ready.
A day after the stabbing, because this conviction.
Kitty, I wonder, do you think the politicians and media ignore what others around the country said was the most significant part of Ryan Casey's victim impact statement? Ryan Casey, of course, was the boyfriend of the murdered teacher, Aisling Murphy. He prefaced his victim impact statement by saying his girlfriend's murderer had lived off the state without contributing to it for 10 years. And then he said, I feel like this country is no longer the country that Aisling and I grew up in and has officially lost its innocence when a crime of this magnitude could be perpetrated in broad daylight. We have to once and for all, he said, start putting the safety of not only Irish people, but everybody in this country who works hard, pays taxes, raises families, and overall contributes to society first. Those were very interesting comments, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I think elements of them were not good, frankly.
What?
I think they were incitement to hatred, and I think that's why aspects of the media left out aspects of them. This was an extremely heartbroken and devastated young man who has lost the partner of his life, but the race and nationality of the man who perpetrated that awful violence on Aisling and murdered her
This is the next
is
bit.
relevant. And I can understand, in the emotion and him feeling that, and he's entitled to his views. But I think the media has a responsibility to not report views that are incitement to hatred. And he is being held up as a hero of the far right now. So interesting, you may call them.
I think it's the next bit come in, which mentions
complex, I suppose, is another word that you could use for them. I mean, I'm sure he would say they weren't meant to be incitement to hatred. Was it the right thing for the media to overlook them in those circumstances? I mean, was it an embarrassed overlooking of those comments, do you think?
I don't think so. I think they were right to not include them. They were said they were. I don't think that they were helpful. And
she doesn't believe. She shouldn't even believe what she's talking about.
The far right latches on.
She's just like in on the cult.
Nationality of the man who attacked the children, and I'd love them to go down to the courts
Here we go.
and report on all the white Irish men who are perpetrating violence on Irish and immigrant women every day in the court. They're not doing that. So the nationality, what the problem here is violence against women and children. It's not the nationality of the people who are perpetrating it. The problem is misogyny and hatred
idiot.
and entitlement to inflict
Even if you take
women
it,
and children. It's another
even if you take it on face value,
with race.
even if you take it on face value, she's saying you've got homebred pedophiles and cunts and wrong-uns. And I say, yeah, but let's not import anymore, eh? You know what I mean? We can't do a lot about the ones that are in the country, but, the ones that are born in the country, but the ones that are visiting, should we just, like, not get rid of them,
And
So-
withholding information because you think it's going to incite something that the media should not withhold, should withhold information, because what is she saying, that the general public shouldn't hear this? Just give them all fucking mind-numbing pills, and they can all just walk around and not give a fuck about anything. No, this is stuff they need to hear, man. Like, and then let people form their own opinions. And if they get angry, that's a legitimate reaction. This fucking bitch doesn't want people to have legitimate reactions because she's apparently afraid of it. But you know what? Sometimes, this country is being destroyed, I think. And the same with the UK. And it's women like this that are doing it.
Do you think she believes herself? Do you think she actually believes herself, though?
No,
Or do you think she's just bought?
Absolutely, she believes
you
herself.
won. Yeah, but
Either way, which one's better?
I've got another crazy one to give you now, if you want to, like another 2-minute one, if you want to. It's like an argument going on.
Let me grab a couple of beers. I'm gonna check out these two people I have waiting downstairs here in the green room. Atlas, you think he's fine, right, RW?
I don't mind Atlas.
But you don't know it's him. That's the problem. That's why we like to have people come on camera at least for a second. And
Irish bloke, I have no idea who that is.
I think that was the guy in chat that was called Indoctrinated with Knowledge.
Again, I don't know either of those people. So I'm going to head out, let you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back momentarily. Last hands, keep an eye down there. If they show themselves, that would be good.
okay.
So Atlas looks like Tim Pool without a beanie.
Okay.
And the other guy, good luck. I don't know.
Well, I don't care what they look like. I just need to see them for a moment.
Atlas, can you show your face, dude? You don't have to have it once you come on screen. He just wants to know you are.
Hey, Irish bloke, can you put a thumbs up for me? All right.
You can always switch back out then, Atlas.
How you doing, Irish bloke?
That's what the Nazis said.
Yeah, that's Crankle.
Is that okay?
Yeah. I said he'd be following me, didn't
Yeah. Well,
you did as well.
I got him off pretty quick.
Not enough. Not quick enough. My eyes need.
I mean, how quick can you do it? I literally less than a second. He was
I'm
on.
glad I had the video minimized to look at chat for a second. Take that.
Luckily, I had my glasses on. It was all good.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
nothing come through, mate. Nothing comes through. Only the volume, only the audio. Nothing else comes
How
through.
are you gonna bomb us without sending the sauce, man? What kind of disrespect is that?
Yeah, Steve, that was the Crankle.
You missed the porn bomb.
I got
Yeah,
through.
Did you?
Well, I had him on for about 0.75 seconds, and then I got him on.
Welshman, if you can educate him on better porn, at least he'll have a better ride.
All right, give me a timestamp.
Yeah, cup of tea said he missed him.
It was like
Steve.
57 and a half seconds.
Steve, I didn't even see it, Steve. I didn't even see it, mate. Honestly, it was so quick. It was not even.
I don't know if that's actually Atlas or not.
He's switching to his phone to show video. That's what he said. So
Okay.
Well, what you
He's
got to
on-
do?
he's on video.
What you got to do
Hey,
is you got to be careful now because Atlas, he knows now Atlas is trying to get on, so he could now come in as Atlas. So you're gonna have to be careful now.
I'll just put
Did
him on.
did anyone see the Elon Musk interview a couple of days ago?
love
Yeah.
Being
it.
interviewed,
I
being interviewed
loved
by the Jewish journalist.
I loved it.
Yeah.
Atlas, do you
Man.
want me to put you on the on-cam one? Yes, thumbs up. With the ceiling fan? That one. Okay. Yeah, he's ready.
Get ready.
All right, there you are, buddy.
All right, I'm going back. I'm going to my
That's
other
Atlas.
setup.
I appreciate you showing yourself. Thank you. Cool, man. All right, so that he's saying that is him on the other one.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, so
Yeah,
do I need to worry about editing out the porn bomb or
No,
not?
no, it's
No.
not enough, mate. It's not
most
enough.
of the guys in the panel liked it, so I think we're all good.
No,
This is Last Dance. The second I leave and you just start clicking away.
Yeah.
He's like,
can
what
I
are
just
the
ask,
chances?
can I just ask a
Can't
general
trust me.
question? You know, like obviously you worry if you get porn bombed, but for the length of time it was on, it was like like a flash and it's gone, right?
no.
But it's but what I don't understand is what can happen then? Obviously, you can get a strike against your channel if that's the case. Even though it's not your fault.
I would edit it out because he's going to go and report it.
But let's say it was on then for 5 seconds. Do not YouTube understand? Do they not review it and look at it and go, "Hang on, this is a bunch of guys having a chat or whatever"?
Yeah, but it's your
and-
responsibility. It's your responsibility.
Oh, right. I see.
Do you think there's just a person that monitors every video that goes out?
No.
I think that he porn bombed and he's going to go and
But
report.
they're
I think if he
picking
doesn't
up on
edit
every
it out,
time we use the words. The algorithm is picking up on shit like that as well.
Right.
So
That's what I'm pointing at. Is that it's an algorithm, an automated process.
No, I think RW has it right. It's a 2-part process. First part is you porn bomb, and and the second part is you then go back and report that you saw.
Oh, right. I get it.
You and your children saw.
it
porn.
needs to be. It generally needs to be reported. Yeah. So that's
Right,
what he
it's not gonna
does.
get
So,
reported to a person. It's going to report it to an algorithm. Within that algorithm,
obviously, if you trust people on your panel, and this person, even though he was a loose cannon, he was trusted by Mark, and then he done what he did.
You're hitting hard echo, bro. Anybody that's in YouTube right now, if you could go to Indoctrinated with Knowledge and report that account, basically that would
Yeah,
be
but I
helpful.
still don't understand that if it's reported by someone and then they look into it, that they would like review what's just happened and then go, "Oh, well, actually, it's not their fault," and they did get rid of it as
Someone
quickly as they
keyword.
could.
to somebody is the keyword. It's going to go to an algorithm and
Yeah, but
get anybody.
Oh, right. Okay.
yeah, but it's
Okay.
obviously if for example Steve went to the shops now and come back 25 minutes later, and then if there's no one else can control, and this guy's just changed his thumbnail across and just playing crazy shit,
Mhm.
then you're gonna lose it, and that's what happened to my mate Mark.
Mhm.
He lost it.
Luckily, I have the control to give somebody else the controls here, and that's Last
Well,
Dance.
Last Dance was very quick.
Well, he brought him on, and he got rid of him. So
Yeah, I didn't see
I think
anything.
the policy is that once you notice something, you do something, and then you're okay.
Yeah, that's basically the way I think it is as well. I mean, under 2 seconds, I think you're sound.
I've seen lots of things online. People still up. I think it's just a master. Like, yes,
If it gets reported.
parade and mass report, and then like an auto system could like lock your account, maybe. But like, one dude saying one thing and doing something stupid, I don't think it's gonna get you banned or anything.
yeah, it would get me possibly a strike, but I've never gotten one before from this sort of thing.
I think you're gonna be okay. I think it's the level of attention it gets, but we'll see.
You know who's much more sensitive is Twitch.
Yes, that was...
Speaking of Goon,
Twitch is all over this shit, man. I don't know why, but that's why I stopped doing this on Twitch, because I do it for one thing. Twitch, I enjoy watching random Goon, and I don't want to lose my Twitch access, so it's not worth it. Did you say Goon was here?
I'm messaging him now. See if you can come.
Okay, cool. Right on. So Atlas, how are you, man?
I'm okay. How are you? This is
Very
the first
good,
time we
thank
met. You know that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've chatted a little bit here and there on
Okay. I ain't trolling, did you?
on the Discord server for Drone
Hey.
Tech.
He's been on Drone Tech's channel and in the debate. So.
Not anymore.
You got banned.
Man,
I was instructed by a friendly individual to not escalate the issue further, so I will not.
oh dude, this you can escalate if you want here. Keg's not here, and he
Okay,
has
then
no.
fuck Keg. Keg is a pussy ass.
Mm.
Oh, let me retract. Keg is a sensitive man who did not like me being reciprocal to his energy.
Well, he's not here, so I mean,
What I don't care. It was RW that asked me to be polite, and so since he said okay, then I let it out.
there you go.
I was asking you to not push the envelope inside Drone Tech server at the time. I was trying to. I just needed a window.
No, I understand. No, I'm not mad. It was a friendly request. You made a friendly request, and I said yes because I wouldn't.
We're good. This is a workaround, so we can chill. You're good.
No, I appreciate it. But to get to the back to the no, I'm no longer in Drone Tech's channel. So that's why I'm here.
Okay, cool.
But I got a nice little private message from Drone Tech. He's it was nice. We're cool.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, he does appreciate free speech.
Yeah. Just his little brother doesn't.
Well,
Welshman, whilst you're on, whereabouts do you live? I mean, not exact address, obviously.
Like
Are you
zip
Cardiff?
Cardiff.
You're Cardiff, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know where Gloucester is?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because my best mate lives in Gloucester, so we get together about once every 4-6 months, and you get on well with him, mate. We're all on the same page, but we'll have to find a way to contact each other. But if you want, mate, just an invite. When he comes up next, which is probably going to be in February, March. I know you're a busy man, but yeah, I'd love to invite you, mate. Come and stay. You stay at the house, mate. You don't have to worry about hotels or anything like that, and come and spend the weekend with us. But if you can get to Gloucester, he'll drive you up, you see, and then he can drop you back off at.
That sounds nice, man. That sounds really good, actually. To be honest,
and then on a Saturday night, we can all get on. So we'll all be on the screen together. But we've got to find a way, obviously, to contact each other privately, and then I'll sort out some dates with you and come up to Manchester for the weekend, mate.
Yeah, you on Twitter at all?
Yeah,
get on and get it on are different, right?
So sub to me on Twitter, and so the name I recognise, Lee.
Yeah,
and,
yeah. We'll just it'll be Lee. It'll be Lee House or Lily. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you find me, I'm on there now. Based Welshman #1. That's my handle, and then DM me, and I can send you my number.
Yeah, brilliant. All right, cool. That'll be good.
That's cute.
I like Gloucester. I've been there.
You have. You know it well, don't you? Because I thought it's more. I thought it's more Cheltenham, really. Last dance, a bit more posher than Gloucester.
Oh, of course, I would. I would deign to visit Gloucester, but I would never stay there.
The difference is
good choice.
Gloucester's like an hour away from Cardiff, where I suppose some of the American people there thinking it'd be like 10 hours away from Cardiff or something. It's only an hour away.
Yeah, we're only little.
Have you been to Gloucester, Massachusetts? Anybody here?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
That's the little fishing village where the boat from the movie The Perfect Storm took off from with Mark.
Oh yeah, it's a great film. I love that film.
It's pronounced Gloucester.
Written by John Krakauer, I think, right? The Perfect Storm.
But here's some trivia. Here's some trivia for you. It must have been maybe late 80s, early 90s. No, probably more like early 90s. But Michael Jackson visited Gloucester in secret. And if you go to YouTube, you can find that he actually wrote a song about Gloucester, which was never released. But it is on YouTube, and he is singing how much he loves Gloucester. Really weird story, but it's true. And the local media in Gloucester
where Billie Jean comes from?
No, not at all.
No, Jacko isn't actually from this earth.
I'd watch that, Steve Wife.
I would too.
Yeah, if you guys get together, smoke a joint, and then go drink like 3 or 4 strong punts.
Oh, we'll definitely be smoking, and we'll definitely be drinking. Oh, and by the way, Welshman, just another thing. Your dog is more than I forget your dog's name. Is more than happy to come as well, mate. We love dogs. We love dogs. So yeah, Trigger. That's it. Yeah. Because what happens generally when my best mate comes up, my wife very kindly goes and stays at her mum's with my daughter. Well, my daughter's not in her. So it's like a boys' weekend, and it's good fun, mate. I promise. So we'll get it sorted. Yeah.
Just quick, Steve. For all that food for the MRE guy that was in the tube for the spy plane, which one would you have eaten?
I thought the beef one looked okay.
The stroganoff?
Yeah, it's like mostly beef and the red
Ugh.
sauce. Yeah.
It looked like absolute garbage, but the way he reacted, I mean, I would try them.
Exactly.
I am surprised they make flavored stuff.
Hmm.
It's like gourmet though. Even the container it's in has like gold foil on the inside, so it's high end food grade material.
Man,
I'm Steve and Last Dance. Could you put the Streamlabs link as the pinned comment at the top of your chat instead of in the description?
can we pin it? Is that
Yeah, the reason why is people can't see it in the description. A lot of people,
okay?
and two, if I take the link from the description, that means I can't search videos like while I'm, because I don't know why, because it's in the description rather than if it was in the chat. I could still
Because you're
I
on your
don't know.
phone.
Yeah, because
On
I'm
his
on my phone.
See? Yeah, he's on his phone.
I do not see any option in YouTube to pin a comment.
It's there, but don't worry about it. It's there somewhere, but don't worry.
I'll just spit it out every so
It's in the
often.
Yeah,
discussion.
if you spit it out, I'll come out and I'll join in via that way, and then I can.
I just put it out.
Yeah, you're right. How the fuck do I pin a comment?
There is a way of doing it, lads. You just got to press the right button, but don't worry about it. Just put it in the chat, really. That'll work for me.
He's just letting you know you're outdated.
Yeah, I mean,
Honestly, Steve's come on leaps and bounds since the days of 18 months ago and stuff. He's much better than he was.
Yeah, he's been
Moderation.
upgrading his hardware too, I think, since I met him.
Is that an innuendo?
I don't think so.
I think
no.
I think you just touched the screen, if I remember rightly, on my phone. You can do it. It says pinned comment, and then you can tap the comment. You know when you bring the comment up, Steve. You know when you bring the comment up.
Okay.
I
see what you're saying.
no, that's not pinning, is it? That's just highlighting the comment. It might be in that same panel, but don't worry.
Are you guys paying any attention to COP28?
No. Yeah.
Were you surprised, Welshman, that they're pushing nuclear power?
Well, they should obviously, but
But wasn't that controversial?
what's that?
Wasn't it controversial by the Green movement for nuclear?
Only by the uneducated.
I think reality's smacking them on the head a little bit.
Yeah, literally what we can get away with. Yeah, like period.
I mean, the old COP28 business is quite funny because is it in the United Arab Emirates it's been held? Is it?
It's being say again.
United Arab Emirates has been held, I think. The
Saudi Arabia, yeah.
So what it is, they're doing oil deals. They're doing oil deals.
In the background while they're
in the background. They've been caught out doing it like bang to right.
About to go down.
But on top of that, Richie Sunak, our king,
You pinned it.
and David Cameron, they both caught private planes to COP28. They're there talking about climate change.
They flew on the Luna Express.
They've used more carbon on one of those fucking planes than you will in a lifetime in your car, right? And they've all taken separate private jets. It's fucking clown world territory.
Total clown world, bro. It's total clown world.
Don't look at
It was the politician somewhere in Europe where they were having the EU meeting that flew in, and then when she got out of the airport, they got around the corner. She got on a bicycle and started riding, and it was like, "Oh, you fucking hypocrite, Jesus!"
Try to do it again.
and it was such a setup. It was like literally, it was like being journalists embedded into the army. It was like, right, everyone's set up with this shot here. It was like so comedy. And they all had the same angle. And she turned the corner on a bike, her in a skirt here. And it was like, what the fuck am I watching here?
What was so hilarious about it?
Anyway.
Yeah, and what was so hilarious about it is that if she flew in, right, what were we expected to think? That she actually cycled from her country all the way there? I mean, it was just fucking hilarious. Just, so hypocritical.
She's damned if she does, she's damned if she doesn't, right? That's funny. Funny.
Yeah, Davos was funny because they were getting like loads of private jets in, and it was like there were so many private jets they couldn't even park the private jets at the airport. They would land them there, spin them around, and then land them somewhere else. And then the candidates would get a fucking helicopter up. But then they would park. Then they would then they would get like a transporter, like executive vehicle for the last bit, and that's where the press would be. But the press
Yeah.
wouldn't see them getting off the private jet, then getting off the helicopter. They'd just be at the end, going, "Oh, hello, you just turned up in a vehicle." Well,
What does a one-way ticket cost for the Mayflower these days?
Well,
Yeah.
it seems to me
A lot
when
of
you
blood.
actually do the math of the amount of power production we're going to need and pure electricity, considering they're not, you're echoing against somebody.
Wells dropped, so it's got to be someone else.
Anyways, since they're not doing nuclear, which would probably cover the massive gap that we're going to have, they don't have it. They're building dams, hydroelectric dams now that are taking 10 years, 15 years to finish, that aren't going to even give even close to the amount that we need. You're adding in these wind farms. It's almost like they're putting on a fucking show with these technologies, which I'm not saying are bad. They're actually
Yeah, your mic's phasing out to very quiet.
My mic?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were getting hard to hear. Don't tell me you touched your cable.
Maybe I leaned back. Maybe I touched my cable. How is it now?
Yeah, it's a bad connection situation.
It's a little weak. We can hear you, but it's not as loud.
That's
as
good.
it
Oh no. Yeah.
I do like some of those wave generators that they have where they create the large pier that goes out and then the water pushes through one way and then they turn the turbines around and it goes back out the other way. That looks pretty cool.
The English government put into place it by 2035 you weren't going to be able to buy a petrol or diesel car. So if you got one before, that's fair enough. But and I've noticed that they've now backtracked on that and gone, oh, actually, we're going to make it 2050 instead. Yeah, because it's not going to work. That's why.
Up these batteries from exploding.
Yeah.
All right, how's that sound? I redid my audio.
Worse.
Way worse.
Yeah, you need
barely
to
hear
do
you.
something, mate. You need to do something, Steve. Like drastic. Put your mic in and out or something.
You got to do the hokey pokey.
Turn yourself about.
That's what it's all about.
There you go.
Yeah, it needs. So who found House but linked commenting? Was it you, Last Dance, or Steve?
Steve did.
Wicked. That's where you should have it, really.
Whose comment?
The pinned comment. Steve was able to
Oh.
pin a comment.
Yeah, because the link's always tucked away in the description, and no one can see it in there. Like,
I suspect it's only available to the owner of the channel.
So is everybody here except me a big X fan, like the Twitter fan?
I am not a Twitter fan.
I am.
You're not a Twitter fan?
No. Although I met Drone Tech on there because he was shit talking at me, but
Yeah, I figured that you
There's
did
a-
browse it because that's how you met him.
let me be clear. There is a very good use. I use Twitter for when services are down and you need to give out a time frames for when services can come back up. Like those kind of utilities are really useful, especially for like outages and tech industries and stuff.
Like a snow tree. For
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, like or like a weather storm or whatever. Yeah, I think, but I like it first for like if some service isn't working, I check their Twitter bio to see if that service has made a tweet or post to, hey, we got an outage today. We expect to be online in a few hours. That's awesome. That's like the best use of Twitter.
I never thought of that actually. I just use the power outage websites, but those are spotty.
I'm not just referring to just power outages, but with gaming and stuff, lots of games.
Yeah, sorry, server down. That's yeah,
servers down, but not just games, but lots of industries have server downage and stuff. So that for me is like the prime best example for what Twitter should be made for, and then everything else is just fat around the steak.
I mean, but Steve really and Drone Tech both seem to like it for breaking news. So there must be some type of algorithm for the home screen that brings up.
Twitter is not breaking news. Like
No,
you
you
can
just follow
you can
some
find
accounts like
breaking-
BNO News and the BBC and Steve Lookner. I follow. There's a couple accounts you could follow. AP.
Okay, so it's all custom made home feed. I thought they even like Facebook kind of has like even though you have your own stuff you want, they still throw stuff on your screen anyway.
There
Yeah.
on the right side, there's a column called Trending Now,
Right.
and that oftentimes has has current breaking
Current-
news.
Yeah.
Sometimes it has pure shit, like people shit talking about one particular topic that'll show up. It's even those are fun to catch on to.
Well, I feel like that's what most people catch on to is just the shit talk, and that's it's like 80% of Twitter.
The problem I've got with
Welcome
Twitter
back,
is
April.
I'm not anonymous on Twitter.
Well, neither am I. So
So that's my problem, and that's what I find my problem with Twitter is.
Was that due to carelessness in the beginning, or?
Well,
Wait.
but basically, obviously, the name I've given, I've been on camera enough times.
Yeah, exactly. So
wait, so you want to be on there and be more anonymous?
Yeah, that's why I really wanted the. I wish my Twitter account was an anon account.
How do you combine anonymity with the idea of maintaining integrity of like the quality of the account? So if how do you avoid just a bunch of bot accounts being anonymous, and how do you actually authenticate is my question without verification?
Don't you just pay $20 a month?
Well, that would require a payment would imply that your name is going down somewhere, right? I got to bill you.
Well, yeah, my name's on there anyway. I've had to verify my account.
Well, I'm saying we're complaining about a state of life, and I don't see there's any way changing that. Is what I'm saying. It's never going to change.
Pay with crypto.
So what exactly do you mean by anonymous? Like who?
Yeah,
who
like
do you want? Who do you not want to know?
Well, no. Well, what I mean by anonymous, obviously they know who I am. Twitter. It's just like the general public. I would have liked my Twitter account to be an anon account to the general public, and I
mean, you could have an account that just isn't. You use a different username.
Yeah, I know.
That provides some kind of anonymity.
I just wish I started my Twitter account as that and didn't use my YouTube name on it, basically.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you not edit it then? You're not able to edit it and choose a different name or anything like that? No, right. Okay.
I think you can, but it doesn't matter because when you got to go on like, in way back, what's it called? Turn back.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
What's posted is posted.
Yeah, too right.
I mean, the one good thing about it all is that you don't talk total shit, and that way, then if something happened at a later date, you're in trouble because it's out there anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, you could say something from the right side, and you could get in real trouble. You say exactly the same thing, and just from the left side, and it's completely blanked.
Yeah,
that's not true. There's a lot of left wing things you can get totally blacklisted from. Right? Could go over it. The extremes on both sides get reprimanded. I think the right for different reasons, and the left for
not traditionally on Twitter. I mean, traditionally on Twitter, obviously before Elon Musk, you could get it was so much more from the left. You could literally project violence and literally say, literally say you're going to do stuff.
Look at the video that we've watched tonight. Look at the video we've watched tonight.
I was
a woman being able to defend kids being stabbed. I mean, geez.
The link, the video they're talking about is in the back chat. One of the first links shared. It's basically two people in Ireland going back and forth about, I believe, the guy that just stabbed kids or whatever the event was. I don't even really know what happened.
So what's right or left wing about this?
Testing.
That is much louder.
Better.
We can hear your fan. We can hear your fan in the background, like normal.
I'll try noise suppression.
Yeah, no noise cancellation, and you'll get rid of that fan noise.
Okay.
Restart your computer or something?
There we go.
There
Look
it
at
is.
that.
I don't know if you can hear us.
Test. We're all good. I can hear you. How's that? All good?
He's a
good.
pro. He's a pro.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Welshie, do you want to describe the left and right aspect of the video you shared with the group to Atlas?
And I will watch it in the meantime.
Well, I mean, I've just put something else in the back chat now. This is the explosive interview from a news organization that is forced to their integrity to actually report the truth. And what you see here is legacy media telling them that they have a responsibility not to report the truth.
Yeah. That was crazy. I still can't get over that.
I'm still hazy on the right or left aspect of the question. I mean, it sounds like a law enforcement issue, and someone should go to jail if someone stabs somebody.
I mean,
But-
it's different in Europe, right? There's more of an acceptance that there is such a thing as hate speech that should be censored.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
That's why we live in America. Fuck
Yeah, but I don't. I know I think somebody came online at the time, and I said, "Did anybody see the Elon Musk interview a couple of days ago with this Jewish journalist?"
Yeah,
and they
go fuck yourselves.
It was cringy, man. It was so cringy. I mean, this guy is so wealthy, and it just makes me think. Hang on a minute. You know, the powers that be. This, you know, Elon Musk has basically got his tail between his legs, doing this interview. To try and go, oh no, it's not what I meant. People took it out of context. And then I discover while he's been interviewed, he's gone to Israel and gone on a little tour to apologize to everyone. And then he's wearing this necklace, which is free. You know, he won't take it off until all the hostages are free. Okay, that's good, whatever. But it's just like, why is he beckoning down? He's one of the wealthiest men in the world, and yet he seems to be, oh shit, I've really put my foot in a cowpat here, and I need to go and grovel. And I just thought it was the weirdest fucking interview I've ever watched in my life.
It is weird. It's very weird. It's like he wants to have it both ways, but you can't possibly have it both ways.
He made a PR mistake, and then he's doing what he can to try to make it work, and he's just fumbling the whole time.
Further on in the interview, apart from saying "go fuck yourself," he said you're going to end up destroying Twitter. He said, and
I love
that.
About the advertisers. Yeah.
He literally says, he said, you will destroy Twitter. He said, but then people will then look onto you then and actually see what you've done.
Well, he's implying that the people will punish the companies that destroy Twitter, and that's not true. Twitter.
That's bollocks. That's bollocks. Yeah, too right.
Well, wait. So what's bollocks? That people won't retaliate, or what?
No, that he thinks that we'll all get behind him and go, oh yeah, he's right. You know, our eyes have been opened. Yeah, exactly. What a load of rubbish.
Some people are, maybe not as many as you want.
There are a lot of Elon fanboys. Yeah, I agree.
You're talking about the left-right wing thing to do with the Irish story. Well, you know, said simply, legacy media is very much like the liberal media in America. Very much left-leaning, very much globalist-oriented, giving narratives, and this is what you get. And I don't know if you've seen it, Steve. There's a little 2-minute clip here where it just goes off, where gripped media, it's literally just spell it out that I will report the truth. End of, and they're literally telling them, no, you can't report the truth. But because they're saying the truth. The truth is that they can't take the truth, and this is what you're up against with Ireland. And I'm telling you now, the Irish ain't having it now. They fucking said, nah. We're not the English. We ain't gonna take this shit. We ain't the British. We haven't diluted down our nationality to such a degree. We're just weak.
Well, I've heard a narrative that's been running the line that they canceled Tucker Carlson, and that's what they're trying to do to Elon Musk. Like,
who is the they in this case? Because it's not Fox News, right?
The advertisers. The advertisers got through. The money got through to cancel Tucker. And that's what they're trying to do to Elon to silence their voices.
How is that different from like a bunch of conservatives boycotting Budweiser because of an ad that they saw on Twitter?
I know. I hear you, man.
It's
And there's
worse,
nothing
though.
wrong with that. It's completely legal. I still drink Bud Light. I never stopped. And I always said, hey,
I knew they never would. It's true.
if you don't want to drink it, don't drink it. I don't give two shits.
How much did they lose on it in the end? They lost. I mean, we're talking like 60 billion or something crazy in money, in value, wasn't it?
I think it speaks more to the mindset of the conservatives and less about the Budweiser ad policy.
Well, it proves it works.
Yeah,
Well,
but
it
it's
proves
not
it works,
slightly.
and then
It's
you're
not.
only mad about when some of them work sometimes, right? Like,
It's
Well,
not.
no.
It's not completely true, though. It's not completely true because I was reading a report about that. I was really intrigued to see how much money they'd actually lost.
How much?
But the sales of the sales of Budweiser Light were declining anyway. It added to it, but it just wasn't doing well.
Yeah, how much
So
the value?
it was
How much the value drop?
Oh yeah, it was a good
lot.
few. It was. We weren't talking about millions. We were talking about a few billion.
Yeah, I mean, the liquor store here near me said they would sell between 50 and 60 30 packs a week. I talked to the manager. We kind of have a good relationship. And when the boycott was really, really strong, they were down to 22 a week. If they don't order more than 50 a week, they don't get the volume discount, which meant I was paying $1.50 more for a 30 pack. Not a big deal, but they were losing money. But they also said, funnily enough, Budweiser sales had gone up. Bud Red, same company, but people were buying that instead. Coors Light went up huge, as well as Miller Lite. So,
Were
If I-
20
if I
of
may-
those purchases yours every week, Steve?
say again?
Were 20 a week purchases yours?
No.
Okay.
If I may, what does this have to do with Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk getting canceled though? Because that's
I
why
guess-
we kind of tangent to Budweiser, but that was my question.
I guess we're just chasing the money, like the advertising money. I think.
Yeah, we went from Twitter advertising to the Budweiser light thing. It's not like a big deal.
But there's not like advertising isn't the same in every market, right?
Certainly not.
Well, it's just how the conversation goes. I mean, we're talking about Twitter advertising, and someone brought up Bud Light. I mean, that's how
I
conversations
brought
work.
up the Tucker Carlson thing that I just had heard people comparing canceling on Twitter to how they canceled Tucker Carlson. I just heard that brought up in a few circles.
Understood.
And that Elon Musk, his answer to them was fuck off, or whatever he said. Fuck
And
off.
then his CEO does an immediate apology letter and explains what was it? What was her verbs? I want to find it. It was really funny. What was her?
Hey, Aphid Lip, how you doing?
Hey man.
Good. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes. Hey, Fed, how are you?
Good, man. How you guys doing?
Yeah,
See you
good.
guys.
All right.
Good. How's it
Okay,
going? It looks
changing the
smoky down
subject
there.
just changing the subject for a second. Then
Can I have one laugh before we change the subject? Because a couple of weeks ago, Trump walked out at UFC with Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson, and I mean, I just thought it was highly amusing. The whole crowd erupted.
I agree.
mean-
It's really funny at Brits watching UFC.
Why is that funny?
I think I find it very amusing when people outside of America have a very
It just seemed very
long
bitter.
distant
Just seemed
view.
very bitter.
Very long.
it's
far
big
away
here.
view of
It's big.
what-
It's big
Well,
here.
I'm sure you get the loudest messages that America can send. I agree.
Well, they've got some great fighters, Michael Bisping.
Oh
of
no,
course.
I'm not saying like I'm not got nothing but like a specific fighter. I imagine like there's a bunch of people that follow all kinds of things. I just
Yeah,
the whole concept
you
of
play soccer, don't you? You Americans play
foreigners
soccer. You're
coming
like
on American
you're sounding all
politics.
bitter
I
for
love
some
it so
reason.
much.
What are you on about?
Fucking
What are you talking about? We watch UFC. Of course, we watch UFC. It's a world sport. What's wrong with you?
Well,
Anyway,
in your
listen,
comment,
listen.
it was more about Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson.
Listen, hang on. I
Talk
want to
about
change
how
the
it's
subject
like a
for a
war.
second.
You
Is
said
this
you-
is this
you find it
Ukrainian
funny that
is this
America-
Ukrainian Soviet
the
war?
British
Is
watch
it stalemate
UFC.
now? Is it coming to an end?
I don't know. This guy makes me thinks it's just a setup.
Hold on, bass. You have no treble to your voice. There's no treble there. Need some treble.
That's just his voice.
I was saying, what this Ukrainian-Russian war, do you think it's coming to an end now? Or do you think they're going to have to start negotiating? It seems to be complete stalemate.
It's all over.
No one's watching it on the news that they're going to stop fighting.
Well,
I mean, it hasn't changed much in over a year.
That's not
Yep.
true.
You know, the ground situation.
It's totally true. Since their summer offensive, they made 1%, and they've been losing like for the last 2 weeks.
It's literally just sending people into a meat grinder,
Correct.
spitting out fertilizer.
It really is.
Who?
Both
For
sides.
everyone. For
Do you know
everyone.
what? Do you know what came? Do you know what came to my mind? Do you know the way this war's gone? Do you know what's come to my mind? It's the same scenario as the medical companies, the pharmaceutical companies. They don't want to cure you. They just want to help you manage the situation. That way they keep making money. They don't want to come up with a cure. And it's like with the armaments that are being supplied to the Ukraine by all the Western countries as well as America. We don't want the war to really, we don't care who really wins. We just want to keep supplying you ammo because you're going to owe us millions and billions and trillions for the rest of your fucking generation.
Joke's on you. We don't have any money.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if everyone's aware of this, but we're talking a death rate of 250,000 men on each side, at least. At
minimum, yeah.
That's 500,000 European men dead in trenches, basically.
And whose fault is it? Let's just.
Whose fault is that?
Yeah, there you go. Whose fault is it?
Mainly the U.S., but all Western powers.
The U.S. convinced Putin to invade Ukraine, huh?
Yeah, well, big time.
Let me give you a history lesson. Let me give you a little lesson on it then, because what happened in April 21 was Boris went out there and told Zelensky and Putin were in final plans of having peace. They basically provisionally agreed on a peace deal. Boris went out there under the orders of fucking Biden administration and all the other fucking cronies, and was do not take the peace deal. This is all factual now. You can Google it all up. April 21, Boris goes to Kiev, and it's all there. So yeah, that since that point, the death rate.
Yeah, Welshman. It goes back much longer than that. We're even talking about President Clinton's time. There was an agreement during not the Maastricht Treaty. It's not called the Maastricht Treaty. It was called the Maastricht Accord. And you're going back to when the Berlin Wall came down. The agreement from the West was that. That when the war came down, the Russians were going to retract from Ukraine with their nuclear silos, providing that there was no more forward movement by NATO. And they've reneged on that. And Putin said in 2008 that if you keep coming forward, then there will be a retaliation. And then they pushed it again in 2014. And that Maastricht Accord, the Americans pushed the Germans into making sure that within the agenda that was printed, that it was an option, which Germany were totally against. But the Americans convinced them one way or another that had to be put in, and then they put that in. And then going forward to 2014, when the Russians made their initial push into the Ukraine, Putin said, if you do not pull back, if you're going to put them into NATO and put American or nuclear missiles into the Ukraine after we pull back with the agreement that we made with you back in 2008, then we will invade. And he's done exactly what he said he was going to do. And the United States and the Western governments are totally to fucking blame because they've pushed it and pushed it. They are encircling the whole of Russia with NATO countries and nuclear missiles.
The United States.
Oh, listen. Yeah, United States.
I listen to you.
Okay, Atlas, everyone calm down. Atlas, what you want to do is look at US bases around the world.
Again. Go ahead.
No, Steve can do it now. We can put US bases around the world and have a look how Russia's completely surrounded. literally
and
from
don't
all
forget
three sides.
China as well. Don't forget
Yeah.
China as well. Why do you think China are pushing back about Taiwan? Too right.
So if you go back from the NATO lines from 1991 to current date, you'll see the NATO lines keep moving east.
I see
And
a
that's
lot of
what-
talking, not a lot of listening.
Well,
I have a question.
Go ahead,
Go on.
Atlas.
Why do you put no blame on Putin for his own fucking invasion?
because he literally just explained.
Because he
capable of controlling
pre-warned
his own
you.
country?
He
He
pre-warned
literally
the whole
explained
of
to you. He
Europe.
literally just
Right.
explained to you. Lee explained to you the reasons why Putin
He
was
explained
gone
to
in.
me a narrative that the Russians might use to push invasions into like the
No.
Georgia.
Putin has
right?
said this. Putin has said this. He
Just
said if
because
you
he
keep.
says he's going to invade another country.
Well, it's not a
doesn't mean
narrative, then, is it? It's not a
to
it's not
invade
a
another
narrative.
country.
You just described it as a narrative.
No,
And
just
when
because
Putin
he
actually
says
says in
he
his
can
own
invade it
words,
doesn't mean
if
he
you keep
should
on
invade
going,
it.
if you keep on coming east and breaking the accords, we're going to react on that, and we're going to be decisive. And they said,
And he
okay,
did.
yeah, whatever. And they kept on doing it for like 20, 30 years.
I mean,
And
it's
then
a disaster
eventually,
for
Why don't
Russia.
you put
So I
on
don't-
any change on the Russian regime?
what's
Why
that?
But wait, let me just get you guys to answer this one question. Was there any fault at all for him invading Ukraine?
It's
No.
almost all. It's almost
Okay,
all.
so
his
there,
fault.
thank you very much. Thank you. No was the answer we can get out of a bad faith actor. Thank you. very
Okay,
much.
so we have Last Dance saying it was. Say that again, Last Dance.
Almost all Putin's fault.
Lee?
Almost.
Absolutely rubbish. No way. He pre-warned the world. He put his line down in the sand and said, "You go beyond that, and I will invade." And that's
I
exactly
can't
what
put
you
my
did.
line in your yard. I can't
don't
do
care
that.
exactly. I don't care what lines he puts down.
I can't
That's
put
right,
my
yeah.
line in your yard and say, "Hey, man, if you cross that line,
Okay.
I'm going to get mad at you."
Okay.
Let me just remind you a little bit of history then, because when the Soviet Union,
I'll continue to
no,
listen to you.
let me finish.
1962.
When the Russians were about to put missiles, when the Russians
1962.
were about to put missiles in Cuba, you
Jason, if you
decided
could
that
talk
you were
a little
going
bit less
to
so the
have a
rest of the
nuclear
group can hear.
war. So. No, you don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to hear the truth. When the Russians were about to put, and do you know,
before these motherfucking monkeys come
This
at
guy's
me.
a one-trick
yeah,
pony,
because
does
you're
the
not.
same thing
No,
every week.
I forget. Did we invade Cuba?
No, but you reacted
no, you didn't.
because
But
they were
do
on
you
your
know?
doorstep.
Last
They were on your
Dance, come
doorstep.
on. Last Dance,
They were on
you're
your
the most
doorstep.
knowledgeable person we know when it comes to this. Why did the Russians go and put or threaten to put missiles in Cuba? Why did the Russians do that?
Because we
Was it anything to do with the? Was it anything? Was it anything to do with the time? No. It was because you were on the Turkish border, and you were
personally.
I just said that.
look at your history. You were on the Turkish border, and you were threatening them. So they decided that they were going to.
He was doing it.
Yeah, there were American tanks and military in Turkey.
Atlas,
there was.
Atlas.
Calm down, dude. You need to calm down.
Atlas, don't say silly things to break up the conversation. Just allow him to speak. If you're going to think
I
to
barely get a chance to speak.
add to it. Well, then don't interrupt by American tanks. That's what he was talking about.
Stop with the barely can speak, man.
Excuse me.
It falls on deaf ears, dude. I mean, it's 2 weeks in a row you came in here.
That's not 2
and
weeks
you talk.
in a row.
You
I
talk.
need you to chill. I need you to relax.
talk-
Listen to this guy recharacterize.
I don't need you to tell me what to do at all. So you can just stop right there. But you come in here 2 weeks in a row and you do a lot of talking, and then as soon as somebody says anything, you say you can't get a word in, which is just total bullshit. It just gets old.
Did you rewatch the last week's video? I watched it.
Wow,
You have to have really good skill to get over Welshman, though. When Welshman starts going at you, you got to really go hard and strong to talk over him. He's pro.
Thank you, RW.
But he doesn't. But Base doesn't sit there and cry about not being able to talk.
Am I crying, or am I coming at you saying speak up?
He wants to hear you, so he can say back.
Yeah, I find Lee's passion on the subject to be great. Good one, Lee. I mean, I think it's a viewpoint that's interesting for sure.
That's a word for it.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't blame you for having that opinion. I mean, but from the history I see too, is Russia's been basically surrounded. There's over 700 US bases throughout the world, and the vast majority of them are pointing three corners around Russia. And we're talking hundreds of US bases. And I've checked this up before. The amount of Russian bases throughout the world is 18,
I'll tell you why that
to
is.
700 to 700.
Yeah, you're right, based, and I think that there are real repercussions for maintaining peace with Russia, with our policy to do that. But you have to remember that almost all these bases are there, put in by request of the countries who feel threatened.
Yes, but at the same stage, you're just amping it up.
No, I agree. It does, just because a country, feels threatened by Russia does not mean that we should take advantage of that and immediately, put our troops in, put our missiles in, do whatever we do, and put another pin in the map around Russia. And I'd like to believe that we would have a little more sense than to keep pushing Russia further and further into a corner.
So that's what's happened. That's what's happened in the eastern part of Europe in the last 25 years. Is slowly but surely they've been coming east.
I mean,
and Putin has said multiple times, "Don't keep on coming east."
But the question here is who owns the most responsibility for the Ukraine invasion, and it's the person that crossed the border with his tanks and troops. And I'm not saying that he wasn't provoked. I'm not saying that.
Okay, great.
That's
That's basically my position. That when you keep on saying you're going to do something, if you keep on coming east, and then you keep on coming east for 25 years, and you keep on getting ignored, at some point you're going to bite. Because otherwise, if you don't bite, no one's going to ever believe you.
Right.
So
if somebody tells you you keep poking the bear, he's going to bite you, and you keep poking the bear, and then he bites you, you don't say, well, it was your fault that the bear bite you.
Yes,
but the bear is the one who did bite.
Yes, but it was your fault for fucking around with the bear.
Possibly, you could say that.
Put down that bear.
I wouldn't say it's your fault. You definitely are. You bear some responsibility. I would agree with that.
Okay, I'll go with that too then. All right, so that's fine with me.
The ball rolling. If we're going to use that analogy, that Putin got the ball rolling, and then like America was like pushing that ball downhill as fast as possible, or like what?
Fuck yeah!
Well, Putin wasn't coming west, so.
Oh, I think Putin definitely has designs on expanding his borders. I think that there's. I think that's more of a narrative than it is reality. Well, no, I'm just saying.
You don't think he'll take land, Welshie?
But don't forget that for the land that he's taken,
suggests that he is interested in that.
For the land that he's taken, though, up to now, they're Russian speaking. Yeah, and they were celebrating, whether it was propaganda, but they were celebrating first, driving their cars with Russian flags. But let's not forget that prior to that, those lands were obviously disputed. And it is you can see videos of Ukrainians committing genocide, going into villages, killing women, children, and burning the villages down and blowing them up with bombs and rockets and everything else.
So
I'm not going to defend Ukraine.
And whilst they're doing that, but I just want to say one last comment. Whilst they're doing that, they've got badges on their uniforms of neo-Nazis. And when Putin says that's what they were, they're committing genocide against basically Russian people, he was right. There are videos proving that.
Are you talking about Azov right now?
Well, yeah.
Sorry, about the Donbass and
yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to know what category of misinformation I need to go through.
I've seen the videos of them marching down the street and killing people. I've seen their headquarters where the guy's been arrested in Ukraine.
Has committed any atrocities in their invasion?
Say that again, sorry?
Do you think Russia has committed any atrocities in their invasion?
Of course it has, yeah.
Of course it has.
Yeah.
So, and when they're responsible, right, who do they report to?
Yeah, but we're on about Ukrainian citizens.
What do you mean?
That's what Lee was talking about. Ukrainian citizens committing these crimes.
Yeah,
in Ukraine, like we're talking about
So,
partially
so,
the
so,
Civil
so,
War.
so okay. Let me give a bit of context to what Lee was saying. So in these areas, they're contested, but like they are Russian-speaking majority, like 60%. The other 40% are Ukrainian speaking. So they are contested areas, right? So it's not just
We
one-way traffic. So when
determine
it all when
by
shit
the
hit the
language.
fan, and during 2014, Ukrainians have been slaughtering Russian speakers there.
Do
Right.
we determine contested land by what language the people speak?
Well, they've
Well,
had
do they?
referendums
How
too.
are you determining what is contested land? And also, I want to backtrack real quick. When you say we're moving westward, right? All you're saying is there was a nation that was voted and ratified by other NATO nations to become a member of NATO, and the only goal of NATO is to not get bullied by Russia.
But
That's moving eastward.
yes,
Sure,
not
but
west,
that
not
just
west,
means
not
more
west.
nations closer to Russia are more scared of getting bullied by Russia. That's what that means. And
That's true, but
and they have a right to be.
that's true, but we don't have an obligation to
Be the
Under NATO,
peacekeeper of the
into
world.
NATO.
NATO, we do. Under
No, you
NATO,
don't. That's why you're in the. That's why you're in the trouble you're in now.
Well,
In the-
I
in
think
the-
technically the two.
allies.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I said I believe in treaties and allies, which is why I think under NATO, when if Russia triggers an Article 5, which is when they attack a NATO nation, that's why we respond in kind, because Russia couldn't handle a country
Okay.
supplied by United States munitions. I don't think Russia could handle United States munitions by being fired alone.
Okay. Do you think Iraq 1 was a mistake?
I do think Iraq 1 was a mistake, yeah.
Do you think Iraq 2 was a mistake?
Wait, when you mean Iraq 1, are you talking about the Gulf War?
Yeah, 1990.
Okay. I don't know as much about the history about call it a mistake
Well,
or not.
WMDs, that was a lie, yeah.
That was Iraq 2. Iraq 1 would have been
I don't know
Desert
what
Storm,
Iraq
right?
two. Okay, so if he's talking about
So wait,
Operation
That was a lie too. So that was the 9/11.
Yeah, but what you just said was really interesting.
Now
You said,
Libya. Libya.
Didn't you say you respect agreements and treaties and everything else? That's what you just said. You respect that.
Yeah. I do.
Right. So then, if you say that, when the US and Europe, not just you personally as the country and Europe, renege on that, and because you gave cast assurances that if the Soviet Union moved the nuclear missiles out of Ukraine, 3,000 nuclear missiles out of Ukraine, okay, why is it then that when the West and the US renege on that and go, oh, actually, maybe we might consider the Ukraine being part of NATO, and then so they are breaking that. Why is it that you see that Russia in the wrong?
Ukraine is not part of NATO.
No, they're not part of NATO.
No, that's my point.
They
said all of a sudden the US go, oh, actually, you know that agreement we signed back in 2008? Actually, we might renege on that now and we'll start pushing for them to be in NATO. Is it any reason that Putin went, hang on a minute, that wasn't the agreement? You actually signed a fucking document to say you weren't going to do that, and now you're saying that you're going to.
Yeah, so that's basically what's happened. So it just shows a bit of hypocrisy that they can break an agreement.
Has Putin broken agreements?
No, the agreement was not broken.
No,
Yes, it was. Yes, it was because it was all in the pipework for Ukraine to be part of NATO. Last chance, you know, it was in the pipework to be done.
Has Putin broken any treaties or ceasefires between 1990 and 2015? Not 1990.
And the reason why he invaded when he did was to make sure that they weren't in NATO. Because if they weren't in NATO, then that meant NATO can't get involved. So that's basically you're forcing the hand again.
I don't think it was in the pipeline. I disagree. I disagree with that. It was not in the pipeline, and there's nothing to stop. Nothing Putin can't stop NATO from expanding into Ukraine now. And in fact, it's probably made it more likely, and I think it's a bad idea for NATO to go to Ukraine.
I disagree with that.
Well,
but last night I disagree with that, because if they push for that, I think you could be pushing the world into a world war. I think last dance you and I have agreed that the best solution to this is to have the Ukraine as a demilitarized zone. It doesn't need to have, and that will solve the problem.
Last dance, in your opinion,
it kicks the can down the road.
Last dance, in your opinion, Donbass and Lugansk, what percentages of the population there would prefer to be Russian?
I assume a substantial majority.
Like
And I
high
Atlas was
80s?
talking about
No,
Atlas
it's
was
not.
talking.
It's close. It's
I don't know
closer
if
than
it's
that.
that
It's like 55%, 45, or 65, something like
It
that. Tops.
varies depending on how much Russians are in the area. It varies, but
Okay.
I think the question, and Atlas was talking about language. I don't think it's an issue of language. I think it's an issue of democracy. Who do you want to be allied with? And I think there's it's not just that people want the Russian culture preserved, which has been under threat from Ukraine at various points. They actually would like to be a part of Russia, the country, and not a part of Ukraine. And as far as I could tell, and as far as I'm being an American, I don't really care which country these people in the Donbass and the Luhansk and in Crimea, I don't really care which of those two countries they're a part of. Not enough to put the world on the brink of a nuclear showdown. So, in that sense, I'm more on Base's side.
So you're saying end it with some sort of sanction. They're going to basically allow some of their country to be annexed.
Annexed, yeah.
I mean, as tough as that will be to swallow, those lines have been in place almost since the 10th day of the invasion.
Correct. So
And
they've been in place for literally 95% of the war, roughly in that line where they are now, and that's what Putin wanted was
and
that.
from the Ukrainian point of view, it's unjust that someone could take land and keep it, but that is how it is. When you have nuclear weapons, you get to do things that seem unjust. It's not right, but that's just how the world works, unfortunately. That's why everybody wants to get nuclear weapons. That's why Iran will have nuclear weapons.
So do you think it was a mistake for Ukraine to give up the nuclear weapons?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It was a mistake, and they know that now. But it's not necessarily the case that they could have used them.
I'm glad that part was omitted from the Englishman's analysis, but yeah.
No, but the nuclear weapons were never owned by Ukraine. They were owned by the Soviet Union.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Wherever they are located, that's who owns them.
Well, Russia, whatever you want to say.
They built them, that's true, but that doesn't mean that, they had to get an agreement from Ukraine to get them to come onto Ukrainian territory and take them away.
But Putin didn't break any agreements upon invading and murdering millions.
Right, what do you know about murdering millions? Christ almighty.
Definitely murdering hundreds of thousands. Murdering hundreds of thousands.
I mean, over the years, I'm saying over the years, it's probably millions.
What? Because he was in Afghanistan. Weren't you in Afghanistan?
And in
Libya. What about Iraq?
Libya.
What about Libya? What about Syria? What about Vietnam? I mean, come on. That's just silly. You fucking murdered millions and millions of people around the world.
Yeah, I personally did that. I did that. You're right.
No, you're being facetious now. I'm talking about your country. You try to lecture us about, you've killed. Let me tell you something. Here's an amazing admission. United Kingdom have killed millions and millions of people around the world. We had a fucking empire. We didn't get that by turning around going, have a cup of tea and a cucumber sandwich and just, by the way, just give us your capital. We're just as guilty as you are. I'm not persecuting you.
You gave them tea, but you charged them tax for it.
I'm not persecuting you, I promise. But don't try and play the card that Putin's killed millions of people like you're innocent, for God's sake.
I never said we were innocent.
Who said we were innocent?
No.
Did I say that?
No.
Did I say that?
No. Yeah,
okay,
said
I said that.
Putin's murdered millions as if it's like, oh my God, how could he do that?
Did I say we were innocent?
You're just as guilty. You're just as guilty.
Atlas. I mean, there's realistic numbers to say 450,000, and some reports of up to 1 million civilians died during the Iraq conflicts, right? and they're civilians, just
Part of the
civilians.
number that you're reporting is when you're including the civil war that was included the Sufis and the Shias. But yeah.
Well, yeah, that's because you destabilize
Well,
the country.
I know you're saying we killed them, but you're including the destabilization numbers. But yeah, I'm aware of your numbers, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, basically, when Bush said, successful on the ship, that was just a start.
Yeah, I mean,
And
Oh,
you
yeah,
didn't,
so funny.
and you never learned. You just
What's the
done
point?
it again and again and again.
no, don't get us wrong. We here learned,
We learned.
but they didn't fucking learn, okay?
Yeah,
but we don't
okay.
have any fucking influence. You know what I'm saying, Doug?
Yeah, nor do we, sadly.
Mission accomplished, base. That was the phrase.
Yeah, that was it. Well,
What a
it just
fucking
just
joke.
started. It just
What a
started.
fucking joke that was. Oh,
That was
my
the
God.
beginning.
Yeah, literally.
I mean,
It wasn't the beginning.
which was worse, Cher dancing on the ship in front of 5,000 sailors, or Bush standing up there saying, "We won" or whatever?
Mission
It was
accomplished.
the dumbest
Mission
fucking
accomplished.
things, man. Oh my
Did she
God,
dance better than the Macy's Day Parade?
that was. I mean,
Yeah.
at this point, she's a fucking marionette walking around.
Let me
up there.
for a reason.
So
Would it have
my
been
advice.
accomplished- Would it have been mission accomplished if if Bush had pulled the troops from Iraq immediately after he said mission accomplished? Like there was an immediate.
No,
Yeah.
no, because they were in civil war, weren't they? The whole country was in civil war.
Involved,
That-
we got rid of
That
it.
would, I wouldn't suggest that would be mission accomplished. That would be just like, oh, you've done it again. You've
So
literally
you
done it
prefer
again. You've
Saddam to be in charge
destabilized the region. You've caused civil war in multiple countries. Great, a mission accomplished. Is that what you think?
I'm noticing a pattern of you supporting dictators on the planet. Is what I'm saying. I'm not accusing you. I'm seeing a pattern here.
Iraq was a stable country. Into the west,
unstable leader with a very unstable leader. Do you want a little
how many decades was he in power?
My turn, English dude. I'm going to give a little history lesson. Remember how? Let's see. How did Saddam Hussein get in charge of the Ba'athist Party? Do you guys remember how that happened?
TikTok,
Of course.
right?
How did that happen?
It's by happens by
Oh,
mass
yeah,
murder, of
He
course.
took half of his parliament, had one guy read a list of names.
Yeah, and he
Took
took
half
them
of
out
his parliament
and shot them
and shot
right
the
out in the
other half.
courtyard.
Yeah, but don't
you know,
forget. Don't forget when it comes to
That is
Iraq,
civil.
right?
It was stable to the world.
It was stable to the world, and don't forget who was funding Iraq when they were fighting Iran and giving them billions of dollars and loads of ammunition and loads of armaments. Who was that? Oh, it was the United States of America, because they were fighting Iran, and then they fall out with them, and they're getting their own missiles.
You're missing the point. I mean, the West and the Americans, we'll say it, the West as well, like to go into other countries, destabilize the region, and then sort of pull out and leave chaos behind. And you never seem to learn. I mean, Libya is the prime example. Libya's turned into a total fucking tribal shithole, right? They're generally at war in Tripoli. It's like run of the day thing now. There's slave markets going on. There's fucking all sorts of shit that you can't even really talk about going on in Libya. Libya, even if you didn't like Gaddafi, he had the country stable, right? And that's what we needed. We needed stable countries.
Welshman, you're missing the point. I think that is what the mission is all about. It's about divide and conquer. Yeah, destabilize them. Their fight between themselves. That means that keeps problems away from us. And by the way, we'll make some money out of it.
That's the
only
key
thing
right
I'm going to
there.
say is that
you're right.
I blame Libya on the Brits.
Nathan, what was that you were just saying, man?
I said what the last thing Lee said was the key was that that we'll make some money out of it. I mean, it's always. I mean, I don't think they like went into Libya and expected what happened to happen. But if they can keep the train rolling to not just us keeping building military planes for all over the world, then. And the other thing too is a lot of our presidents don't have a lot of foreign policy knowledge, so they rely too much on generals that are warmongers, and then you got a vice president that was in office for a long time that has his fingers pretty deep.
Halliburton.
Live. I think the whole neocon policy establishment is a warmonger. They used to be part of the Republican Party,
They're gone now.
and now they're
All gone.
they're very much part of the Democratic Party.
Democrats.
Oh yeah, like who?
Well, Victoria Nuland, in government.
Victoria
and
Nuland is not like Donald Rumsfeld.
There are the same people with the same. They might not have the same policies on abortion, but they have the same foreign policy views.
Hey, Fizz, I'll agree with all what you said, apart from when you said they didn't realize what they were going to do, what was going to happen when they went into Libya. Well, they've only got. Hear me out. Let me qualify it. The reason why is because obviously in recent history, with the Iraq 1 and 2, they should have known. They need Plan B, they need Plan C, they need Plan D. They only ever had Plan 1. It was accomplished. Jobs are good. You know what I mean? They should, obviously in just.
I don't think they're ever going to learn from their mistakes.
I agree with Aphid. I think you're right. They should have, but I don't think I think they were completely surprised by what happened.
The biggest mistake that those particular Middle East countries, Colonel Gaddafi, especially with his Green Book and them wanting to persuade the rest of the Middle East countries to trade in gold, is you got to be very careful. You start to threaten the dollar, and I think that was also a big part of his downfall.
In
the same way that the Americans don't like BRICS. BRICS is
conspiracy theory.
No, there's some truth in it though. There is some truth in it. No, your country would be buggered if people start using. This is why crypto is a bit of a threat, but BRICS is also a threat now with Russia, South Africa, China, Iran, Argentina. The Americans they don't like it. And listen, I totally agree with that. I'm not criticizing it. You don't want your currency to be devalued.
There is no vehicle or bureau or person who's thinking about the dollar versus other foreign currencies as vis-a-vis U.S. foreign policy. Maybe they should for U.S. domination, but it's just not there.
Well, I think in the BRICS now, the BRICS is 48% of the world population in the BRICS.
China, right, and India.
Yeah. So then you realize sort of how big it is now, or how big is because they're accepting more soon, which will make them about maybe 65%.
But so what? That's not like it's not like.
I know, but I think
it's not like a competitor or an enemy or anything like that. It's just
Well, definitely a competitor.
How are they competing? In what sense?
Economic.
World trade, isn't it? World trade.
Trade applies cooperation.
BRICS is just like everybody else. They're all into global trade. They don't want.
Yeah, but going almost going full circle when the rest of the world starts to put embargoes on Russia, and then everyone's going, oh yeah, we'll ruin their economy. Their economy is booming because they're part of BRICS. They're selling oil, they're selling gas to India, to China, and at reduced prices, I must admit. But they're certainly selling billions and billions of pounds worth. So it can be negative to the West because someone like Russia who starts to play up, I don't really need you anyway. I've got these deals with BRICS and we can carry on. So and the propaganda.
You guys are saying BRICS as in Brexit.
BRICS. BRICS. BRICS.
Brazil, okay. Russia, India, China, and South Africa. That's what BRICS stands for.
Is Brazil part of it as well?
I think I think we call those here in America. We call those shithole countries.
I think we also call them half the world's population.
I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why I said Argentina, but I'm sure it's going in it. I think that's what I remember.
No, the guy that just got in said, "Fuck BRICS."
Oh, is he?
He did.
Yeah, Malay. He needs to concentrate on Argentina and not worry about the Falklands either.
He needs to concentrate on those fucking sideburns and that weird haircut.
Oh, I love that, man. I hope
he's based as fuck, man. Get the chainsaw out. Get the chainsaw out.
Yeah, he was like ripping shit off a board. He's like, down with this, down with that. All these public policy things. It was actually kind of funny. Went on for a lot longer than I
I mean, he's not described as a popularist, but I like the word popularist now because legacy media trying to make the word popularist be really bad. I'm thinking, oh, it doesn't sound that bad to me.
Well, first, I mean, the Washington Post can't decide if he's a libertarian or a far right populist or something in between. I think the
He's
media, at
politically
least in their
fluid.
headlines, they have a desperate need to attach a label to someone.
Right. They've got all their deepest thinkers coming up with the proper label.
Now,
I
if you
mean,
actually
Because
read the stories
read the
themselves,
actual story and
yeah,
everything
they
in
have read the
title.
stories themselves. They have more granularity,
Oh,
more
thank
subtlety.
Oh.
But the headlines just make people so fucking angry.
But hold on, can I ask a question then? Why do we care about the headlines then?
It's just I don't know. It tells me a
Because
lot about
because
who's
95
writing the story.
95% of people just read the headline.
Then they are fucking stupid, and I'll tell them to their face,
Well,
dude. Like I don't know what else to tell you.
well, well, well played you.
Spot on.
Well
Too
played
right.
you.
Okay,
Well
well,
played
like you're
you,
saying
but there you
spot
go.
on, but like,
You asked the question, I answered it for you. 95% do not read the story; they just read the headline.
okay, so
that's crazy.
But then
The morons who don't get drawn in. The thing is, you're supposed to want to question the headline by reading the story. It's the bait, you want to draw.
Yeah, but
That's why the headline is so important.
Yeah, the headline sells the paper. Too right.
The headlines are a lot shorter than all those words,
So,
though.
so when I do YouTube, when I do YouTube videos, it's the title is very important. That's what make it people click, and it's just like a newspaper headline, isn't it? Is that?
It's not the size of the title; it's how you use it, Welshie.
Correct.
My titles always have the word Smokesteve in it, which is like the most stupid fucking word ever, and that's why people are like, "What the hell is a Smokesteve?" It's all one word.
Why does he
Steve
have
has
a marijuana leaf in his mouth?
I guess the reason why I bring it up is because why are we making assessments based upon the title if we know they're horseshit?
I don't know. It just tells you a little bit about. It tells you a little bit about how the narrative is being massaged. I know that the Washington Post, knows its readers are in a certain demographic, and therefore the headlines are designed to appeal to them. But what the hell are you doing, Smokesteve? What the hell is this?
Yeah,
that was a massage. I was doing a normal massage. RW's over there doing some fucking perverted massage. I don't know what that was.
I don't even remember.
He finished. That's what it was.
The term clickbait. I mean, 3 weeks ago, where Armistice Day, I released a video right after I recorded it, and the title was "As It Gets Dark, It Gets Spicy." #Armistice Day, and it had 78,000 views in 2 hours, and it was a nothing. It was a nothing video. There was a bit of police run outside Parliament, but there was no trouble, and it was just like overpowering of police with high-vis jackets, and I did a nice screenshot of Big Ben in the background. It had 79,000 views in literally hours. I was like, and the funny thing is, my regulars were going, "I've seen more spice in a chicken korma curry." My regulars were saying, "Oh wow, clickbait, man, clickbait."
Has UK gotten rid of any coins in the last 50 or 100 years?
Hey, Ren. Good
Half penny.
Especially when especially when the king or queen changes, then the coins start to change. Especially in that time period that you've just mentioned.
More so, like the value of a coin. I'm curious if they're going to get rid of the penny.
No, we still got the penny.
That's a pence, right?
Yeah, 1 pence.
Yeah.
Is that a cent? Is it a cent?
Yeah.
No.
Well, for us it would be.
How many cents in a dollar?
100.
Yeah, same.
Inflation like 73.
The definition of cent.
I can't
Yeah,
remember.
no, I'm sorry, last Dan. So I was literally just thinking then, yeah, okay, I fucked up
apparently,
a bit.
apparently, I was reading that the penny is an important piece of currency because retailers will charge something at $12.99 or $9.99, and
Yeah,
therefore
tax that
somebody
in.
will give you £10, you got to give a penny back. But it's
No, you
actually
don't.
to help.
You
It's
can't even
actually to
buy it
help.
for £10.
But it's
Because
actually to help. Yeah, but it's actually to help out the companies that are retailers, because it's too easy for somebody. If something costs £10, they could pocket the cash. But on the register, if it's $12.99, then you've got like $9.99. You've got to give a penny back. So it's to help out the retailer to stop the staff from stealing.
Do you
That's why
guys
they
have,
cameras looking?
Mr. Kill? What up, homeboy? Do you guys have sales tax over there that they account for at the register?
All right, Mr. Kilsey.
yeah, do you have built-in GST like Australia, or do you not know when you see a price on something what it will actually cost?
They call it the VAT.
Yeah, here
it's
like
fat, yes.
$6.99 is only the price tag that you see that is supposed to say like to the person, "Oh, it's under $7." But of course, when you bring it up, it's a six. I guess average is 6.5% tax on that.
Yeah. All of our stores, the whole price is clear. If you go to a big retail store, it's like one called Costco, they'll do
got
that. So
Costco.
so you'll have the price, but when you get to the till, it's a bit more because that's when they add the tax. But in 90%, 95% of shops, what the price is what it is. So
I
No
love
kidding,
that.
huh?
It's just
I love how you guys got Costco. I
it's
love
VAT,
that so
isn't it?
much.
It's VAT, Lee. Yeah,
Yeah.
they put on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, VAT. So
Yeah.
20%. 20%.
Do they have memberships at Costco? Do you have to have a
Yeah.
membership?
yeah, you got to have a membership. Yeah.
Do
No,
they
it-
got
it-
free, do they got free
it comes
samples?
with free medical. It's part of the free medical tax. Everyone gets a Costco membership.
So the
Ah,
cost,
Don't listen. RW is fake news. Don't listen to him.
I'm the
So-
good news, bitch.
Lee,
So the
when you go there, do they give you free samples?
Yeah, there's sometimes some stores out with free samples. Yeah.
so Lee,
Costco does them on Friday or Saturday. They
No,
have a
our
big-
Costco's all every day.
They always have the like some
Yeah,
random
always.
old person
Mine
with
too.
their-
Here, yeah.
That's
That's where Ethan
right.
gets his lunch.
so our local
Well-
Costco is shut. Our local one, and I was weird because when I asked someone who goes in there on a regular, and I said, "But there's no one stealing from there, is there?" He said, "No, there's no stealing because obviously he's so tight to get in and out of Costco."
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
they
'cause
got the guy. They got the guy at the exit at ours that
yeah, exactly.
check
Because
your receipt and
of
looked
course
in
they
your
can't.
basket to see.
Yeah, they do. They do that in Costco's in the UK because they're a members club, and you sign up. You sign up to like, as you would say, you get rid of your Fourth Amendment. You surrender it. In the UK, because obviously you sign up. You sign up to be searched at the door, basically.
Mm.
Right.
You allow that. So
Good.
yeah, it wasn't thefts. They just wasn't getting enough sales.
The reason I brought it up because Lee mentioned Costco is because I shared in the Discord this week. 10 years ago, you know how in Facebook, if you guys are on Facebook, it'll show you like what happened so many years ago on this day or whatever.
Mhm.
Well, this was on mine. It was 10 years ago. It was a picture of me and my son, and we went. I had an expired Costco card, and I documented the whole experience and uploaded to YouTube, or uploaded to LiveLeak.
There you
And,
go, buddy.
it-
Live
it-
leak.
It blew up. It was like this mega hit on LiveLeak for the weekend.
It confirmed that you're low morals for them.
Yeah.
But is
So
it?
we snuck into the Costco, and I talked over us walking in, and I was like, "This is the most dangerous part, you know, when you're walking in and they look at your card, you know." And I just flashed it real quick, you know. And then me and my son, he was at the time he was 4, and we went and got all the free samples we wanted. And it's video of me and him sitting on these leather couches, you know, enjoying these free samples or whatever. And all these people just to start off the video, I said because I titled it "Teaching My Son to Be a Grifter Like Me" or something like that.
It was a joke, though.
And
But people in
As a
Live Leak
joke.
didn't. Yeah.
they
easily
didn't get
triggered.
the joke. They did not get the joke. And they
Dude,
were mad at me because I was taking advantage of Costco.
Oh my
They were
god.
mad at me because
Which
in the
was
video you could see dirt under my son's fingernails. He was 4 years old, but they
Yeah.
gave me a hard time because of that. It was just
Bad day.
thousands and
Oh.
thousands of people that were on me for like 3 or 4
Imagine
days.
bigging up a corporation.
yeah, right. That's the thing. Like, they put these little appetizers and shit. They're like, just give them away. We don't care. They don't
Right.
care who they give them to. Like, give them all to one. It's not like these poor bastards who are giving out the free samples care who they're giving
Right.
them to.
No, they
It's
can-
a national It's obviously an international corporation at this point. Like, the money is spent on this shit.
I think it's time for a 10-year reenactment.
Oh, last answer. You're gonna take some moral stance against this.
Just a little bit. I'm
give me
not
a
buying
fucking
your
break.
thing 100%. There's still you're still grifting a little, but if you're doing it for rage on Live Leak, then I'm 100% behind it.
Well done, sir.
What about a free lunch and some fun with your kid?
You can go on the food court and buy the food there, can't you? I mean,
You can do that. You
Yeah,
can
absolutely.
Yeah, you
go
just
buy
walk-
the food.
I get past the
You can't
gate,
get past
at
that.
the-
They got that. If you've been in there, they got like a 10-foot chain link fence that goes around the rest of the store, and you can't get in there unless you got a card.
Maybe this is my hack, but I asked the cashier. I have a deal with the butcher, and I usually because Costco sells like larger meats and stuff. If you ask in the back, you can get them pre-cut, like a larger prime rib or something like that. If you want to do that. And
You like the larger meats, Atlas?
I do. I love the larger meats.
Cool.
You like to rub them?
I put a rub all over it, my dude.
Very nice.
Oh man, keep going.
You finished yet?
I'm kind of old. I need this.
Go ahead.
Hand check.
Hey, Atlas it says he's going to leave soon. So if we have any last minute,
I have a question. I have a question for
yeah, last fight. So yeah, last fights.
not a fight even. And this is for the whole group too. So I was asking about like the penny maybe going away and this and that. Do you think that all of hard currency is going to go away and we're just going to go straight into digital anytime soon?
Yes.
Well,
Not
you said
soon,
anytime
but
soon.
but certainly in the future, definitely.
But not like how soon?
Maybe
I'd
another
say
15, 20 years.
Yeah.
No.
Whoa!
No.
Yeah.
No.
I don't
Yeah, I
know.
reckon.
No.
You
Within-
reckon it's
within-
sooner than that?
Within 5 years.
Oh,
Let me
I
tell you.
No.
Let me tell you what they're going to do with cars. Let me tell you what they're going to do with cars.
They're gonna be flying.
So with cars, all centrally, from 2010, they all can be centrally controlled. So if you notice now, they're making you use apps to charge your car up, your electric car. So now they can find out how much you're charging your car, how many miles you're doing in your car. They know everything because it's got to go through the app. That's the plan. This is what a whistleblower said.
Take it easy.
And the whole point is they can find out what speed you're doing, where you're going, like literally everything. So they can stop you from traveling. Full stop.
Who's gonna do that?
Well, it can be done centrally. So if you, for example, if they say you're only allowed to do 100 miles a week in your car, they'll know.
Yeah,
So after 100 miles, your car won't work.
Welshman, yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I was watching I wouldn't call it a documentary, but a little short film. I think it was based to do with China residents, population. Yeah, it's not about you can. It's the fact that you won't even be able to start the car.
That's right.
It's like, yeah, you've done your mileage for this week. Sorry, yeah, and it's all about and car sharing and everything. Well, under the guise of car sharing and this that.
So it's a really good channel called Jeff Bike. Jeff, don't listen to the title. Jeff buys cars. Okay, he does really good stuff. Honestly, really
cars.
cool.
You said cars, right?
Yeah, Jeff buys cars, and his channel's developed, should we say, in the last 18 months. Now, he done this video, and it was a whistleblower from a huge European company. Also, what they said, if you're politically, what's the word? The Farages, politically vulnerable, is it? Politically,
right? Yeah.
You know, the word is politically.
I don't know the word.
Basically, it's for people that don't follow the narratives, should we say. And what happens is in the UK that you can't get bank accounts and stuff.
Hmm.
Nigel Farage lost his bank account. It was a big thing in the UK about it. But he's not the only one. There's like 20,000 bank accounts, sorry, that have been
He won his
stopped for the
case
last
though.
couple of years.
He proved it, Welshman, and he won his case, and she had to resign from the bank as well.
Yes, so this insurance company are now saying that they can basically work out where you are and who's in your car, because you're all going to be apped out. And if you're one of those politically vulnerable people, the vehicle you're traveling won't even start.
But going with your narrative,
when you
so
say
far from
politically,
reality.
when you say politically vulnerable, do you mean like they're on a political opposition from?
He's talking about social credit, aren't you? Kind of that.
Like, for example, you, Base Welshman, will be the first
watch
one
that
to
Black
have
Mirror
your car.
episode.
Yeah. So what? Vulnerable is not the right word. It's called politically something. It's a word. It's only recently been. So it's people. It's people that are seen, like Nigel Farage is seen by some as a racist, and by that, NatWest Bank basically closed his bank account down, and he's now won the case.
Based on your narrative, though, wouldn't it make more sense that digital currency happens sooner than later when it comes to controlling buying and selling?
Yeah, and I believe it'd be within 5 years. So,
does anyone else
sure about that?
Sooner than that?
No,
I think it's longer
I
than
think
that.
there'll always be a form of local currency that's going to be required on your person. I think that's always going to be a thing. Now there may be like the dollar. This would be like a nightmare to some, but like the dollar may shrink in value, but then there may be some other currency, some amazing coin or whatever that's universally accepted all over the globe, and that might become more popular.
Well, I've been reading that.
Good
Nigel.
I didn't realize he was that goofy looking, man. I mean,
well, he's just got a metal cattle prod stuck up his ass there. So
he constantly walks around looking surprised. That's it. He's always like, all right,
that's
sorry.
Just a trait. That's just a trait from people that from there.
But on crypto, I was reading a great article about this is the reason why I think it's going to be, let's say 10 years. It's just down to a generation thing. So, and the other big point was this, that the time why it could take around about that length of time is down to the fact that as much as there are cryptocurrencies around with all different names, whether it's, I don't know, Bitcoin, whether it's
Doge.
Doge, yeah, all of those names. The fact is that this article was actually saying that the European countries, and that includes, although we're not in the EU, the United Kingdom, are meeting regularly to create their own government coins, and then all those coins in the background, they still exist, but it will be like, let's say, the UK crypto coin, so the governments can get control of it. It's not because the one thing they're worried about is that we can buy things and do things with crypto, and they're not able to tax it and this, that, and the other. And that's what's taking the time, because ultimately they will probably, like I said, still exist, but the main currency will be the US crypto coin or the UK crypto coin. So they're going to take it, they're going to own it. They're going to own it. They're going to get something out of it, and ultimately, once again, the government will own it. And because what they don't like is they've got no control of what's going on at the moment.
I hate to break it to you, the government already owns your currency.
Well, yeah, they probably do. You're probably right, to be honest.
If you look at the currency, it says 10-year from that place.
Yeah,
but it's anonymous.
The term I'm looking for, chaps, is politically exposed person.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the term.
Means nothing to me, but I'll take it.
Okay, it says the Nigel Farage conspiracy case study claims that the bank account closure by Coots was due to him being classified as a PEP and his political views not aligning with the bank's values. Yeah, Nigel Farage's case underscores the importance. It was a bigger problem. It was happening to 20,000 people.
We know who you are. If you're the porn spammer, you're not going to succeed again. This is just somebody.
All right. On that note, I got to peace out.
All right. Thanks for stopping by, Atlas.
Yeah, Atlas.
See ya.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Atlas. Nice to meet you, Bird.
We met a few times, but don't trust anybody who drives on the wrong side of the road. See you later.
Oh man, that's how you do it. You shit talk on the way out.
My feelings weren't hurt too much because
his weirdest comment was, "What are Brits doing watching UFC?"
Penny Lane, we got some guy coming in who's a porn, who's we put online and he starts showing porn. So we're going to be more
it's not
careful.
even good porn. It's garbage
Right.
porn.
So if
We
you
can't
can,
back that.
if we're convinced that, yeah, fine. If we're convinced that you're not the porn guy, and that's going to be a challenge because we don't already know who you are. Well,
I don't know who.
See why you can't block video.
I don't know who he is though. He says, "I am
we don't-
David."
I don't know who he is.
David.
Yeah, you
Let him on.
wait there.
Come
Wait there, boys. You can do it. What you can do, you can put the full screen up, so you can put like Steve up totally, and what you
Oh,
can
there
do
you
then,
go.
you can listen to
Yeah,
him.
I,
But
that's
you'll
a
have
good
so that's the way you can.
I think Aphid just
make sure.
volunteered for that. Aphid's going full screen for the rest of the
Let's do
live
it.
feed.
While
I'm gonna
person's on anyway.
shit and jerk off at the same time. So put me on.
Yeah, you know what? You know what?
Oh,
yeah.
After thinking about this here, I'm gonna say no, Penny Lane. You can go away. Goodbye.
Penny Lane. Next.
Penny Lane is in my
Man.
But
So
not
close.
my
is in my eyes.
What'd you say, Penny Lane?
Well, first of all, after I blocked him, he came back within like 8 seconds under a new name. Under a new name.
Oh yeah. Well,
Okay.
He's got hundreds of accounts, hundreds.
It's him.
He wanted
says
to
he
ask
wants
the
to ask-
Welsh.
Few questions. Now we know it's you.
It's total bullshit, dude. Just
It's
leave me
Welsh
alone.
stalker.
Just fucking leave me alone. Go somewhere else. The internet is a huge place. Fucking go
Like,
away,
Steve, I don't
dude.
even care about you. I just want to talk to my boyfriend.
No, it's like, what the
I
fuck,
didn't know that.
man? Do something
In
else,
Welshman,
dude.
it's funny, Welshman, because like that example you were giving about cars not starting. I'll relate it to the body with the article I read. I'll relate it to what's going on right now, which is, and we might be talking a good few years in the future. So, for example, Suella, whatever it is, Beverman, goes on about showing a Palestinian flag might be a criminal offence, which is terrible because people should be able to protest if they want to. But it was along the lines of, so I'm on the internet organising some friends that want to go to a pro-Palestinian protest in Manchester, for example, and we're all going to get maybe we're going to get a minibus to go in, which happens to be an electric minibus. So we've got to kind of think about the problems now, but maybe in 10, 15 years' time. So we all meet and we get on the minibus and it doesn't start because they don't want you there. They don't want you protesting. And that's the problem for the future, is that they start to have more and more control over you because you're not following the narrative.
So what the example that Jeff Buys Cars said with the whistleblower, they actually said if you're a politically exposed person, that's the words they used, and then you went into someone else's smart car, all cars will be smart cars, whether they're electric or diesel or petrol, they'll all be smart operators. The vehicle will then not move anyway. Because you're in the vehicle.
Exactly. Yeah, like we've seen those videos of Chinese people not being refused entry into retail stores. Yeah,
I mean, there's plenty of footage that they go to the turnstiles with their little bikes, and it'll say the computer says no, and that's it. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah,
you don't fuck around with that thing, otherwise you're gonna get fucking all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, some fucking robot's going to stand out from the sign and go, "You got 30 seconds to comply."
and I've also seen it. I've also seen it with buses where they refuse to get on the bus. They don't allow them to get on the bus.
I mean, you're
Because
sort of talking about like 5 different things at once here.
well, it's all the same, isn't it? It's all about digitally controlling your freedom.
Well, it's technology, and you're right that the technology has existed for many years now to control the car engines, to have digital currency, to have anonymous currency, or to have entirely traceable currency that you can't be anonymous. There's the fact that some people, like, let's just pick some clown like Klaus Schwab, or sort of somebody who's like an evil caricature. The fact that there's somebody who wants to track everybody and have no privacy and no dissent doesn't mean that we're inevitably headed that way.
Yeah, but he's not just somebody. Last dance. You can't really say Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab
No,
is just somebody.
I didn't pick him at random. He's a big shot.
Well, yeah. So he's not somebody, is he? I mean, when he designs the future, which he's trying to do for the world, for the world's better good, as he says, I think it is.
Is he the one that's gonna send all those Boston engineering dogs to your house?
Boston
Dynamic
Scientific.
dogs. Boston
Yeah,
Scientific.
they'll need to.
Do you know, touching on technology though,
They can shut it. They can all shut everything down, can't they?
I don't know if you ever. I think I might have put a link on. We're going back months ago. BBC documentary called Hypernormalization. I don't know if any of you ever decided to watch it, but there's a section within that actual documentary film where there's I forget which part of America it is, and it's just like just imagine like fields and fields of warehouses with mainframes in, and they were given the task, I think it was after 9/11, to listen to every telephone conversation, whether it was mainline or mobile.
That's not what happened.
It was absolutely incredible because they had the technology to do it. Every single telephone call, every single landline call, they were able to record it, and then, I mean, God knows how many hours it must have been to listen back. But it's
not
phenomenal.
true. It's just not true.
Honestly, watch the documentary, because they said the weirdest thing of all is they didn't find anything, but the biggest thing they found was the amount of personal pictures of people's genitalia that was shared between each other, which was and it was like, oh my God, that was the biggest thing they found.
On file. It's pretty nice.
But
Google roulette chat.
The second thing about chat. The second thing about technology, going back to the Ukraine war for a second, is apparently something else I was reading this week is that if the United States supplied Ukraine with the latest what they called the things that hover, drones, yeah, if they supplied them with the latest drones that they've got, Ukraine would win the war. But there's no way America's going to let them have them, because if it falls into the wrong hands, they're saying that they've got an advance of around about 10 years on any country. And I'm thinking, wow, what can those drones do? That is amazing. Technology must be involved in that.
They tested this out, and it was Columbus, Ohio, or somewhere in Ohio, and it was like a spy. I don't think it was a satellite. I think it was some type of plane or something like that. It was this technology that exists, and they had really, really high quality cameras that were looking down at a vast array, and maybe there were several of them, and they patchworked and made a whole map of the whole city. And they found this girl that was abducted, and they rewound the tape and followed the van that took her and found out,
wow,
where they were playing. But we are not comfortable enough with them having this technology to use it against us for other purposes, like you're saying, where our privacy is. But even though it could help in all these other ways, it's just it wasn't.
Yeah,
we have to give them permission to use that technology.
And the
Are you
thing
sure
is,
you're not thinking about the movie Real Genius with Val
No.
Kilmer?
This is
That's a great movie, by the way.
This is
Yeah,
the absolute truth. I'm telling you.
yeah, and Aphid, what you're saying there is really a really great example of technology working really well. But you know, the government, they'll always sell it to you that it's for the better good as well. It's for your
Well,
safety. Well, all these sort of things will be for your. It'll be less fraud. You'll have a chip on your under your wrist.
Right.
It's for your.
You know how they'll sell it like they do everything. You'll help
Yeah.
catch child predators.
right.
Eyeball
Protect
decline.
children.
Well, here's the thing. Like a lot of the stuff based that you say, I don't agree with. How it's going to be used in this way or that way. But the reason I don't think it's going to happen in the future is because there's people like you that are
Exactly.
raising awareness and
Because there's
drawing
they're gonna
so
get
much
rid of him.
attention towards it. Where
because
if we
there are
were
people
just
like Base who are vigilant and point this to
exactly,
Exactly.
and if we were just like laissez-faire or whatever
I
they
never
say.
want to discourage Based.
Exactly. Even though I don't think that it's going to happen in 5 years or whatever, it's because of people
the
like
technologies.
Base that are
The
raising
technologies.
awareness.
The thing is, we can agree. You've been a bit, but the reality is the technology's there now, isn't it? It's just a couple of steps away from, in theory, like you said, if they wanted to control your travel in your own private vehicle,
The
control the
system is
miles
already
you
in
do.
place. The system is in place. And thinking that they're not already using those technologies for their own uses is kind of silly, because you have the guy that's hiding in Russia or wherever he is, that was one of the last whistleblowers, saying we already are doing these things. It's not a
I
matter
remember.
of are we allowed to.
I remember there's I think once again it's a documentary called "The Most Dangerous Man in the World," which is the head of Microsoft, and brilliant It was a brilliant. It was an interview. Sorry, not a documentary. It was an interview, and I just thought, oh my God! Once again, what have they got? He was asked the question, why is it that every time an iPhone's released, it's always just a little bit ahead? Do you know what I mean? It's like, it kind of is like the last one. So, I might be paying for a bit of a better camera. It might be able to do something else like a fingerprint identification or an eye thing. But so, and he turned around and the answer was, you wouldn't believe what we've got. It would blow your mind. And if I released it tomorrow, that would be the problem. He actually thought it would cause panic. He said, so we have to release it a little bit by a little bit by a little bit. Now, it could have been marketing, I don't know, but I kind of believe what he said. I just think the
youngest generation, Lee. Look at the youngest generation who uses their fingerprint to unlock their smartphone to pay for their whatever.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the video of a 3-year-old sat on the floor in New York, and they put a magazine in front of him and he starts swiping it? He's like, he can't understand why it's not working. It's brilliant.
I've done that.
I've seen the Chinese kids asleep swiping.
Are you suggesting, Lee, that companies are embargoing better technology for some unknown reason?
I think he's right. Yeah, totally. I agree.
I think
the unknown reason is capitalism, because if they can release one that's slightly better every 6 months, then they can make another $1 billion every 6 months.
That's what I think.
Remember Apple put 3 lenses on the phone, and everybody lost their fucking mind, dude.
Yeah.
But the previous phone had a better, there's 2 types of zooms. One's a digital and the other one's
optical.
And the older phones could achieve the same thing with one, in a photography sense, 1 piece of glass. The newer one had 3 pieces of glass, and then people are like, oh my God, it's got 3. But it was no different.
Everything.
I'm going to say I disagree 100% with you on that.
The new phone is way better.
Go on, David.
I was going to say, just like everything else, it's our own fault, because there's enough of us that are willing to clamor. Like the new iPhone is, I think that the only thing that's different is the metal that titanium. They put titanium. That's that's it. But there's enough of us that see that ad that say, oh, titanium, even though we don't even know what the fuck it means or how it would be better for our cell phone, that there's enough of us that are like, oh, let's go out and spend the $1,500, I think, or something. I don't even know what they cost
What,
to go
what,
buy it.
I don't think you're far off.
I don't know if you get it in America, but in the UK, they have these companies. Not so much now, but they used to advertise saying, "We'll buy your old phone and stuff."
Yep.
Well, what I always found very funny about it is there was loads of like bad reviews and stuff where people are like giving their mint phones where they've been in like a case all their life. And I've had phones that are like mint basically. They've always been in a case, and they've got they arrive there and they got scratches here and there. We'll give you like a tenner. And there was so many of them. Like it was just like the normal. It doesn't matter if your phone comes through good. They got like the same response back with the same faults, and they just like generic lettered like thousands of
We
people.
dropped it on the floor. There was a crack in it, so we're gonna give you $10.
Yeah, and they're all saying the same faults. And it was just such a squiz.
In reality, there's a lot of competition in the telephone
Huge.
phone market, and there's no way that a corporation with a technical advantage is going to not take advantage of it as fast as they can for engineering wise to put it in their products to claim more market share.
Well, what I never understood was why don't they have some kind of an aperture you can attach to a phone to allow for a proper physical zoom? Because with such a thin piece of glass, you're not really going to get very much out of it.
It's
Oh, they got
engineering
zoom.
that would
Zoom
not be
lens.
worth it.
I got zoom lens over in my closet or my cabinet over here where it's a magnet
on
that's stuck
on a phone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll go get it.
yeah. You got
So
a good,
it attaches to the phone like an aftermarket part. That's what
Yeah,
he's
exactly. But at that point, you might as well buy a camera.
saying. I
yeah,
guess no, but if the attachment's $60 and the camera
yeah, but
is
to be fair,
500,
to be fair, chaps, now with the modern phones, with modern phones, the zooms are really good.
they're
I'm not.
okay.
They are.
I mean, when you pull them up,
No.
when you film it on a Zoom and you pull it up on like my laptop, I'm like, that's not great.
Well, those are digital zooms.
That's right.
Yeah, here's
If you zoom it twice, you get half the resolution.
Correct.
An optical zoom is not like that.
Fancy.
You use lenses.
Yeah, I'm on about what I'm doing though. That's
Use it
what
like a
I'm doing.
monocle.
so
Well,
it's a
everybody
clip.
should
the
everybody
clip
should have
that
a
clips
monocle
onto it.
RW.
So how much? I mean, that thing's still pretty tiny. Does it do anything?
Well, I got a whole thing of them. There's different sizes in this bag. There's macros. There's zooms.
That's
there's all
cool.
kinds of different.
I love
Somebody
it.
spent
Yeah,
Amazon.
it's like a little scaffold, isn't it, that goes around your phone and you move it into the
Right.
lens, isn't it? Yeah, I've
Or
seen it.
some of them are magnetized, and I got
Yeah.
most of them aren't very good.
And they work aphid on a tripod well.
Yeah, but it's not like you said. There's nothing you can do to beat the quality of like now. Like these, I haven't used these in 10 years. This was back when. Now the way I mean, you can zoom up in on the moon and see craters on it with your cell phone these days.
Yeah.
So
Because-
it's not. The quality of the lens is not
Quality of the
nearly as
lens
good
has
as.
gone up, but also the digital sensor behind it is much higher resolution.
But
Mhm.
that Samsung thing, that ad thing they said where you could zoom in on the moon, that was proven to be bullshit.
Oh, that wasn't the ad itself. Yeah, the picture wasn't taken with their phone.
No fucking
No.
way, bro.
No.
That thing was beautiful.
That was a while ago, though, right?
Yeah, but the way the phones are, there's some phones now that you can go out in your backyard, like some of the Samsung ones. I don't know if I don't get like the newest phones, because they're too expensive.
Want to drop
But when
over $1,000 on a phone?
No,
Well, I get whatever
Well-
I get. I get them given to me by my employer. So I'm like, yeah, you want to give me a piece of crap? I'll take it. It's fine. I don't care.
Last Dance knows how cheap I am. I'm not gonna, if I'll get a phone it's always like the second or third model back because they'll give it to me free with my service or whatever. I mean, I pay for it per month.
Yeah, right. But it's like it's such a good phone anyway. Do you really need the flagship?
Exactly. I'm always upgrading from what I had before. So to me, it's always like, holy shit, look what this thing can do.
And fortunately for Apple and Samsung, there's just a lot of people who just can't bear not to have the latest.
Yeah, they get
Most
the
current
same
thing.
one every year. They get
Right.
That is whining. That is waning away, though. I've seen programs where they're
Yeah.
saying, like, because the updates are so minor, people
How
are
can, how
waking
can
up
you
to the
afford it?
fact.
How can people afford it though? Like, how can you throw $1,000 down every year for a phone? I can't do that.
that's $100 a month.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's not including the service to even make the phone work outside your house.
We pay so much more like than our when we were growing up, the way our parents did. I didn't have a cable until I was, in high school. And
Yeah, subscriptions weren't a thing.
that's the only added service that I can think besides a home phone that my parents
You didn't
paid
have
for.
MTV in the 80s?
No, I did not.
Oh,
I would have
my
to go
God.
I would
Oh.
go to my aunt's house and stay the night. I would be so excited.
I didn't have that.
Yeah,
I grew up
bro.
with my dad was a drag racer, so every
All
penny
right.
that we made
Now
went
the kids
towards
grow up with drag
racing.
queens instead. It's different.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, right. I was watching Video Killed the Radio Star, and you were cleaning carburetors. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly
I mean,
right.
That's
So
cool.
what cars did your dad race on the strip?
It was drag racing. It was super gas is what they call it here.
Oh, right,
990
yeah,
in the quarter mile. You guys have that track with the
Santa Pod.
windmill. Yeah, that's the one. But it was like a high 9-second, low 10-second.
Yeah,
quarter mile.
I've raced the Santa Pod. I've
Oh, really? What'd you race
yeah.
there?
My split screen camper got a Porsche in the black, so I done it in 19 seconds.
Nice. In reverse.
No, it basically it had a Beatles 1303S gearbox. It's like a high four. But
Isn't the engine in the back of that thing though like this big?
Yeah, I was in third gear. I didn't get to fourth.
How far? Like how long does it take for you to get to Santa Pod? Because I know where Santa Pod is.
About 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
That's only a quarter tank of gas though.
Okay, not in my van one with that engine.
If he was in a McLaren, he'd be there in 35 minutes. But.
I raced it in my bus with a standard engine, and it was like 28 seconds.
Now I'm curious: is there other tracks? Because Santa Pod's the only one I ever see.
Yeah, there's a couple of others, but basically Santa Pod's the one.
Yeah. They got you guys got some interesting cars, man.
I think they're cool. I like going to the car shows in America every once in a while and seeing stuff from Britain and that. They're just, especially when they got 3 wheels and stuff. You're just like, that's cool.
Robin Reliance.
Yeah.
As for names, I know nothing.
Yeah, Smokesteve wife, she knows.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Was the yellow vehicle? Was the three-wheeled vehicle yellow?
The one that I saw last was blue. It was the one that Steve Urkel drove. Where, like, you open the whole front of the car to get in it, and then you sit down and close the door in front of you.
That's a Beetle. That's a BMW. That is.
That was a BMW.
Point of order: us Steves prefer that you just call him Urkel.
It's
don't
called
put the first name there. He's just Urkel.
Yeah, if you check it out, if you put in bubble car, I think that's what you're going to see.
Bubble car.
It's for you. Yeah, it's the door opens up at the front. This is one door, and it's at the front, and it moves away from the steering wheel. It's really weird.
Yeah, the bubble car. Yep,
that's the one. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that fucking thing. Death trap.
Have a look at the door opening as well, Steve. Can you see the door opening?
You say that's a BMW?
I believe so, yeah. 100%, yeah. Bring it up on the screen. I'll have a look now.
I mean, it's the funniest looking.
On the front.
Oh, wow, there's an extended cab version. The 1958 BMW Isetta. Isetta 600.
Here's a bubble car. Like.
That link's not going to work. That didn't work.
Here's a 50. This is a 57. And this baby is for sale. All your wildest dreams can come true if you can afford
Scared to
this
know
thing.
how much they're charging for that bitch.
But
Not
like,
bad.
and
Oh yeah,
yeah, to enter a vehicle from the
You
front.
see
I
the
see
handle
it.
here?
Front, I see it.
That's
Yep.
the handle. Hinge here, hinge here.
Is there a
Yep.
picture of it open? Have you got one with a picture open? Because that's even crazier.
Look at how small the fucking wheels are, dude.
they have
Yeah.
one of those at our BMW dealer. It's sitting on above.
I think I
the-
had a bigger tricycle when I was 3 years old.
They look cool, but I could not imagine feeling comfortable in that thing.
No, I mean another funny one is like you said they have them in car dealerships like novelty old vehicles. In the UK, you go to a Porsche garage, they'll always have a Porsche tractor somewhere in the garage normally. Obviously, there was Lamborghini tractors too.
I remember seeing bicycles. I don't remember seeing the tractors though.
Oh my
Funny
god. 35,000.
Yeah,
That's what they're
Good luck.
asking for that. That's a 1957 BMW Isetta. 34950, Rogers, Minnesota. God
But
damn.
it's probably, like a classic.
oh yeah, it's
know.
100% classic, man. It's mushy worth more in Europe maybe.
And it,
Yeah,
it goes like 900 miles on a liter of gasoline or something, probably.
It's mushy
Yeah,
like
but to me, it's like
78 miles per gallon.
you want to buy something awesome and like that kicks ass, not.
No, I'd drag strip race that. I might even be able to beat Welshman.
Maybe.
If you want to for a laugh, put in Robin Reliance. That would be a funny one.
Is that the three-wheeled car?
Yeah, that's the three one. That's
That's
the
the
only.
one. That's the one I was thinking you were talking about.
Yeah, the only fools and horses three
That thing
wheeler.
you can't turn like more than like 10 mile an hour. You're gonna flip it.
That's
over.
Mr. Bean's car, right?
Yeah, it's the one Clarkson kept on
Yeah,
rolling in
that's
Top Gear.
exactly. That's why I was thinking of it.
What's it called?
It's
If
called
you
the
put-
Reliant Robin.
Yeah. If you put in Top Gear Reliant Robin, I'm sure
Right.
they'll have that skit come up and it's fucking hilarious.
You'll have to watch. Yeah, you have to watch.
It
that.
looks like a cartoon
Okay.
car Dr. Seuss would have designed.
If it's on YouTube.
You might take a strike. You won't take a strike for it actually, but it's a BBC product, so the BBC are really hot on this shit. So I'd mostly advise not to bring it out.
Well, the link I just shared, I think
Yeah,
that
that's the one.
I think Aphid would race that one.
Yeah, but that's like way different from the one that Jeremy Clarkson was driving around.
Yes. Although you would have to go absolutely straight.
All right.
Even the slightest variance to be done.
Look at that. That's lowered, mate. That's properly rallied out.
It's got
That looks nothing like the originals. It's about
got
6
little
inches
training
lower.
wheels on the side of it, man. Look
I
at it.
know. That's because whatever that. Look at it. It's got flames coming from the bonnet.
It's
Yeah,
probably photoshopped as hell. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, if you have a look at an original one, it doesn't look anything like that. And the reason why they were very popular in the UK was because you only needed a moped license to drive it. So lots of
CCs or something.
lots of coal miners and steel workers that just left school because they had a bit of cash. They'd buy a Robin Reliance straight away because they could drive that for a couple of years before they could actually drive a car. But they're actually driving a car, sort of.
It trips me out though that you're allowed to drive on public roads under any stipulation without a license.
Well,
It's like-
it was
It
a
was a
bike
motorcycle
license.
license,
It was like a moped license, and it was
Right.
just the way. So yeah, it was just it's very funny, and it is a cult vehicle in the UK, but they don't look like that one you just seen.
All right. Smokesteve wife is throwing some shade at us, and she's right, isn't she? Because
Do you know
I
if
feel
you
like
get
that's
your
it.
license revoked for a DUI, if you can get a moped license when you're
What'd she say? Boring?
Well, you don't need it. You don't need
They
a
can't
license.
see it because you're not showing it on screen.
I'm trying because now I'm paranoid about getting blocked.
No,
Well,
not
I
a
don't know
picture.
if
You
you're
can
blocked.
get
picture.
No,
And I've got
no.
fucking 51 tabs opened at the top. I can't find the one. I just.
Yeah, just go straight into Google and put Robin Reliance in, and just go images.
That's
You can
not
show
the
all
problem. I gotta close some tabs. Can I find it? All right. Is this
yeah,
it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's the still of it. One of the stills of it. Yeah.
It evens out when you sit
All
in the
right,
car.
hold on. Here we go.
Don't hit play.
I'm gonna.
You'll
Huh?
have to play a couple of seconds. You'll have to play a couple of seconds. You'll have to
Let's
stop
Just
it.
watch him go down the hill, and we're talking over it, and that's how it went. Okay,
Oh,
stop sharing.
You didn't.
We never
play
seen it. We didn't see it.
You didn't see it?
Mm.
We didn't see anything.
All right. I'm
All right.
Just the picture.
Just a picture of it. What does it have?
Right.
An enormous left wheel, or is it in the middle of rolling over?
It has
just-
one
Big
wheel on the left side of the car, and that's how it drives. Side? No, I don't know. I can't.
It's right in the middle.
Great at right turning.
The hell is that blank you put up there, Ava?
That's the one
That
with
was-
the concept car. Like someone photoshopped it for drag racing.
Yeah.
Oh, that was that. Oh, is that what that was? I thought it was Smokesteve's picture.
It could be real, but
Oh yeah, it was your.
you know, it does look like it's being put together.
Right.
When I saw the training wheels, I started looking at the picture a little bit deeper.
Looking good though. Looking good for a rubber lion.
I have another geographical panel question. Well, not question. Smokesteve,
it.
have you ever heard of Charles Radbourne?
Negative Ghost Rider.
He well, my son, a couple of days ago, I was taking my son to school, and we were talking about the middle finger, and he was telling me that it came about because there I can't remember which war it was in, but they would cut off the two fingers of the archers in like some European war or something.
Because that's what they would use.
That was in England.
Right. And
Yeah, that's correct.
They would flip them off because they were excited, you know, and that's how it started.
I think
But I
that's what
looked and
they
it
held
was-
the bow back with, too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to do with the bow. Yeah.
But I looked and it's kind of quite, there's a lot of different theories on where, but this guy Charles Radbourne was the pitcher for the Boston Braves, and in 1886 he was
Jesus.
the first photographed person in the United States that in the group photo, their baseball group photo. He's got he's flipping off the camera.
Huh.
Hey,
And
Dad,
that
is he
was
an
the
archer?
first known. So I didn't know if he was like, if you guys all up in Boston were like,
No.
oh yeah,
No,
don't-
dude, that even for Boston and the Red Sox, that's old school, bro. 1800s for anyone in baseball. That's like you're talking the beginning of the game.
Now, while we're on Boston, what another thing that came up has been talked about heavily in the past couple weeks is what do you think Bill Belichick, his future is looking like?
Well, he should probably move on. He's an
Yeah, there
absolute-
he is right there.
Well, that's pretty good. Hey, look,
He looks like a happy guy.
Aphid looks like
Looks a little bit like
you
Aphid.
could
it looks like me before I grew my beard back.
kind of does, man. It's hilarious.
There's
That's
Atlas.
the first-
Just next to him there in the back is Atlas.
That's the first known photograph of somebody flipping off.
Pretty clear photograph.
There
Well
he
done.
is.
You know how still he had to stand for that acid etch
It
glass
took
frame?
probably like 5 minutes of standing still.
Yeah. Well, and I
Cramped it
noticed
out.
his people used to do that with their knuckles. They'd kind of stick them out, and when they were flipping people off, it was like an extra emphasis. He's got.
That's okay, as long as you don't stick your thumb out.
It looks like his fingers are kind of a little mangled in that picture, dude. Like he got
Yeah.
run over by a car or something.
He was
Yeah.
a pitcher, man.
That's
They
one
pitched
thing
for
that
like
drives
9 innings back then.
one thing that drives me nuts is when people give the middle finger with their thumb erect. Yeah, now
Yeah.
put your middle finger up.
Like that.
No, that's not your middle. Yeah, see that one. That always pissed me off when
That's
people
kinda
do
hard.
that.
Inky down looks like you're drinking tea, Dance.
People do that, and they think it's the middle finger, but it isn't because it has the thumb out.
I find it quite amusing how much police take offence and then step onto forbidden territory because someone expresses their First Amendment by giving them the finger.
I thought the finger had to go out, and you had to have one knuckle up on your pointer finger. I thought that was the absolute salute.
No, the thumb never goes out.
What? It must be
Never.
like, where are you born?
Well,
Maryland.
the middle finger doesn't say the middle finger and thumb. It's the finger. You're giving
I think
someone
it's more attractive that way.
It is. It's more like people who don't know. I think. Believe me, I've given plenty of middle fingers to people.
I'm a professional. I'm a middle finger professional.
Aphid-lipped dogs caught another child.
It's not my proudest moment. The middle finger. Giving it is lame. You feel like a dickhead after you do what I feel like. It's almost like you regret. I've always regretted it.
Why?
Because I was usually a little too excited.
Well,
And I always play the cool guy. You know, like, let them come to you. If they want to fuck with you, let them come to you.
no.
And all of a sudden they do something stupid and I'm turning into a fucking maniac. Fuck you! You know, like, that's not how it's supposed to be. Just be cool, man. Let it ride, as they say. I think that's a better way to go
Common collective, though.
through life.
I prefer to say "suck my balls." That's
I
what I
know.
prefer to say.
I thought the British were all about eating bags of dicks.
Oh, another British slur moment is "fuck your mother," which is like a really urban thing. So I wouldn't say.
Yeah, I hate when I do it, and it happens. But, you know.
What I like about traveling is picking up the bad behaviors of other cultures, like the sayings. You know, in America, you have all you certain way of cursing and saying these things. But one thing that I pick up in Australia, that if I stub my toe or something, I'll either say "far out," which is my American, or I'll say "get fucked," and that's totally Australian. I've never heard an American say that.
Yeah, no, I haven't either. Agreed.
It's just a type of instruction.
A weird one when I was growing up was "cop on" and "cop off." Cop on meant you copped onto a girl, and cop off meant you copped onto a girl. But in different areas, they meant the same thing, but you were saying a different thing.
I still don't know what you mean by cop on.
You'd snog a bird, yeah. You would cop on.
Like you found an attraction, and then the second one is you got somewhere.
Like in some areas, in the UK, you would say, you went out and you copped on with a girl, yeah. And in other areas, you would say you copped off with a girl, but it means the same thing, that you made out with a girl.
Yeah,
but you actually say the opposite. You say technically the opposite, cop on and cop off, but you actually mean you made out.
Yeah, here, back in the day, they would call that necking.
Yeah.
For our generation, it was hooking up.
Suck face.
Aphid, do you remember
the old
neck?
artistic classic?
Do you remember? Does anyone remember necking? Necking?
Yeah, yeah, totally.
I've heard it, but rarely.
I think that came directly from the hickey, which was when a person sucked on your neck for so long, it created a bruise of blood rising to the skin.
That was back in the 80s. That was like cool to do that.
It was like a badge of success.
That's right.
Yeah, I remember.
I'm taken.
I remember seeing girls would apply makeup to that area to like concealer or whatever to make their fucking hickey go away when they went home. Then they go to school and that concealer's coming off. They shove that thing off like a fucking Congressional Medal of Honor walking around the school,
We also used to describe our exploits in terms of bases. The baseball.
Oh yeah.
First base, second base, third base, so on.
In Australia, cricket, it's just two bases that they keep running back and forth from.
Has it ever been established what each base was?
Yeah. First base was kissing,
Yeah,
Second
okay.
base was boob. Third base was,
Fingers.
Stinky
Oh.
Pinky.
Touching
Yeah.
stuff.
Sticky fingy.
No,
Okay.
Stinky Pinky.
Stinky pinky. Okay, that's
Did-
not much.
He's trying to say digital penetration.
Now, is third
That just sounds
base?
worse than
And
Dirty
ho-
Dance. That
and
sounds
then
Wait a
you got
second. Hold on.
I'm
Hold
trying
on.
to make it sound medical.
Is third
Hold on.
base? Let's throw the O word in there. Is third base oral?
No.
No,
We-
that wasn't any base.
Wow.
When I
That
was,
would-
So
when
that
I
would
was
put
young,
boobs
nobody
off.
even contemplated that.
Yeah, that was
okay, so a
gross.
home run is penetration and oral, like the big time.
See, I thought I got rid of the boobs one. It was kissing
No.
or touching.
A home run
Or
is
like
sexual
boobs and
intercourse.
kissing was first base, and then second base was oral. Or no.
Second base was oral. Jesus
No,
Christ.
No,
The
that's not right.
fuck?
I didn't play baseball very much. Damn it. First base was
Play baseball very
touching
much.
or kissing, and then it was like the next step. It was touching.
What-
No,
What-
five
what-
was
Yeah,
second.
what they
And
would
then
call
third was oral.
petting.
What was trap
Petting
two?
people.
What was what?
Nipple. What was a foul?
That's when you found out it was a trap.
Well, yeah, this is funny. Like in baseball, they often say like the most exciting single hit is a triple. It's hard for a guy to hit a ball and make it to third base on his own.
I usually
No.
just struck out or got hit by balls.
But in the sexual connotation sense, a triple is not much better than a double by your definition, Last Dance. And
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't make the rules. I'm just telling you what they are.
Come on, man. If you get down, down the shirt and down the pants, come on. That's a different in base. Come on.
Absolutely.
That's
So
stealing
what-
bases.
What is that? A double or a triple? I don't understand, Dave.
No, a double is the boob,
The boo.
and then a triple is when you get down the pants.
With hands.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like he plays very conservative baseball.
I
And then a
guess.
home.
That's how I played baseball. Of course. Now, where did you grow up? Did you grow up in that area? I'm from Chicago, so we might have the same lingo. Midwestern. kind of.
Yeah, Midwestern, of course. Yeah,
Well, what's a
I've
grand
never-
slam? What's a grand slam? Two
There
chicks?
was no grand slam.
yeah. There's no
Nobody contemplated anything greater than a home run.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
That's like being a billionaire, right? See, there's
Yeah, I think
there's more
the
good than
grand
you can
slam is
spend
like
at
running a
that
train or something, so it's very different.
Well, no. A grand,
running a train.
Oh,
Yeah.
great brave reaction.
Well,
This was way
I
before porn kind of, opened our horizons, so to speak.
if
Bless
you're
your
the
heart.
guy running the train, I don't know. The minutia. I need some beer. I'm getting uncomfortable. I need some beer.
Well, last dance. I have a geographical location question for you.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of? Let me get back to it. Curtis Creek,
Yeah, absolutely.
with the shipyard where they have all the right there at the opening where it goes into the ocean. They have all the ships.
No, it's-
Is it from World War?
Goes right into the bay. That's Chesapeake Bay. Yeah.
Ye-
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Ashley gives it up right here.
There's a bunch
Yeah.
of ships that have been sunk right in that area right there.
You mean historically, not recently?
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know what they're from. Are they World War One or they look
I
like
don't know.
wood-
I'm not actually.
Civil War?
There weren't many.
If you look at the overhead view, you can see them. They're all
No shit. You could see them from satellite.
Yeah.
God damn.
There's some. If you zoom up in, they're, and some of them are fairly. Half of them are out of the water.
Come on. You must be I can't believe.
No,
How
I'm
did I-
not. I'm not. Curtis Creek. Just Google Curtis Creek, Maryland. That's what I just did.
Is that near
And
Ruby
if you-
Ridge?
Oh, you're right. It is the bay. Oh yeah, that's not even close to it. But we came across it. Oh, now I lost it. But if you Curtis Creek, Maryland, and change it to satellite view and zoom up in right past that south of that bridge.
South of the bridge? Okay.
You'll see them. No, I lost it. Curtis Creek Bridge.
I see some dots there. Is that?
Well, you got to zoom up in on them.
Oh yeah, that is a boat. It doesn't look like
Yeah,
a
there's
ship,
like
though.
there's like 4 of them right next to each other, and then if you go
Yeah,
down further, there's some more. Oh, no, I
There's
don't see the other
one.
ones.
Okay.
But
I
anyway,
see like
we
3 in a
we
row.
came across the article of that, and I was just like, oh, I'll have to ask him about that next time I remember.
Up from the ground came a
So what's the lads think about what's going on? Obviously with Gaza. Actually, I meant to mention it earlier on. Steve said something very. He mentioned a word, a shit show. 2 words, a shit show, and sadly, he's very correct about the Gaza conflict and all that. Just what's
What
your
is happening
opinions?
anyway? Who's up on that? I haven't paid attention in the last couple of weeks, actually. I know they had a ceasefire. I know it extended for a couple of days extra, and then I know they went back at it. But also in the meantime, America hit Libya and somewhere
Libya?
else.
No, not Libya. You got to be.
Not Libya.
Where
The
was it?
Houthis?
They
Hezbollah.
hit 2 people,
mean
hit
Yemen?
2 entities.
West Bank.
No, you must mean Yemen.
It has to do with the Iran stuff.
Well, it was probably. They might have attacked. I mean, they've been attacked in Iraq and Syria, but also the Houthis launched some missiles from their bases in Yemen.
Yeah.
Now I don't. I'm sure that. I know that they struck back against. It was either. Was it in Syria or inside Iraq against?
I've seen some
They
of the
must level a
hostage.
city block when they return fire.
You think we like Last Dance? These things happen, but there's literally no coverage about it. Do you
Very
think
little.
we just literally rained hell on them, or was it a totally strategic attack?
No, it was totally strategic.
I would think that it would be a decent sized boom that they would make them really. I mean, whoever's pulling the trigger on that rocket knows that they're not coming out.
Yeah, I mean, some of these, it's almost scripted. These Iran, the ones that are the ones from Iran, which are all these, the Houthis and the Syria and Iraq ones. They're kind of, it's like a message that they send, and then we send a message back, and everybody knows that it's not going to mean too much.
Yeah. Another thing, I was watching a intelligence agent saying, whatever you're hearing from your own government, just don't believe it. I mean, just question everything you're being fed at all times.
I mean, I'm skeptical, but did it happen or not? I'm more curious in the event, not the spin. Did we hit? Did they hit? Did they strike? Did we strike?
Yeah. Question.
Now, speaking of did we or did they, Last Dance, did that really happen? That we, under Trump, they killed an Iranian? Was he a general?
Yeah, Soleimani.
That was pretty wild.
Right.
He was the terrorism chief, basically. He was the big. I mean, there was a photo of his finger, wasn't there, with a big fat ring on it.
That was boots on the ground strike, though, right? That was sending in a
No,
team.
that was missiles.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
I was like half 10 of that was or something crazy.
Well, I couldn't believe we actually did that, and nobody really objected.
Well, what was his offense?
Iran objected.
What was the straw that
They
broke the camel's
objected, but like there wasn't any real ramification. Of course, they objected, but
it was in Iraq, man. It was in Iraq.
They didn't do
It was
shit.
in Iraq. That's right.
It's like that kind of just shows our power.
Yeah, I think you have to realize that even within countries like Iraq, even within a group like the IRGC, there are still factions that are pushing. You know, some are more extreme than others, and this Soleimani guy was probably as extreme as they get.
Yeah, so he's responsible for dozens of American lives. So we, led to believe.
Exactly.
So do you think by you saying that last sentence that he was not exactly popular?
I mean, it's never that simple, and no matter how many people were against him, let's say within Iran, once you kill him, they do come together and,
Right.
and unite. So, but yeah, I doubt there were probably some people within even in the kind of the the religious and military part that were probably not too sad to see his demise.
And that comes into the calculus for the United States and planning and.
So yeah, but he was the architect behind multiple terror attacks against U.S. identities, so embassies, personnel.
I'm not saying
does it really all come down to one man, though, or is it?
Yes, yeah. If you look his name up, you'll see what they say about him. Basically, he was the organizer. He was the head honcho to do with the terrorism.
It's just hard for me to think that one man does all these things without a backing.
Well, no, he's the head honcho. Yeah, he's the guy in charge. He's not the guy doing it.
And this might have been like some part of the IRGC that was pushing further and further to we lost Aphid.
He backed out. Say goodbye.
Oh, all right.
Bummer.
They might have been pushing the United States to see how far they could push. This was our way of pushing back, saying, no, you can't push that far. And that might have. It's possible there's no real appetite to, and I'm sure there in fact is no real appetite within Iran to have a shooting war with the United States. So once we shoot, that's kind of how we said, you can't cross this line. And for a while that line will hold.
It was a show of force by Trump, wasn't it?
Right.
It was a hell of a show of force. Have you paid any attention to the Department of Defense sending letters out to the 8,000 or to 1,900 of the 8,000 soldiers that they, other than honorably discharged for not getting vaccinated, where they're asking them to come back?
Are they asking them to come back, or are they?
Yeah, they're asking them to come back now.
Offering them back pay.
Only the active enlisted ones. They weren't interested in the National Guard type people and stuff. But it was interesting that there was a guy talking about it that I was watching, and he was basically saying, like, they sent these letters out and they said to these soldiers, you can request for your other than honorably discharged to be revoked and removed. And he's saying, why wouldn't they just do it? It's like it is already forgiven, but they have to do a step to actually request the process to happen. I just thought that was interesting. And only 19 of those 1,900, paraphrasing, went back and re-enlisted. I thought that was very interesting. Of 8,000 people, like 19 were like, yeah, we'll come back.
People move on and get other jobs. They move on with their life.
Yeah, no, I don't
get better jobs.
They really got shafted.
They realized.
Give them other than honorably discharged because they didn't obey medical mandate.
Yeah.
Were they dishonorably discharged or like a general discharge?
Other than honorably, whatever that means. It puts some type of flag against their name that makes that causes issues.
Yeah, and it turns out they got better jobs in private security and in huge amounts of money, and mostly.
I'll tell you what isn't. This isn't the Army saying they're wrong. This is the Department of Defense, their lawyers saying you are exposed, potentially exposed for legally for liability, and they're doing this to try and
but they need them as well. Of all accounts, the numbers are down, so they still need them. But the reality is they're opening themselves up for litigation now.
Well, I mean, they might need people to join, but they wouldn't. I don't think they would.
I think they
try
already are
and
being
they
sued.
wouldn't bother with people they kicked out to ask them to come back, because that wouldn't be a very profitable route to get people to join.
The ones that already had rank, they were asking to come back.
Okay, so these might be people that they actually had skills that were.
Either way, it doesn't hold up as well as when you start offering the people their jobs back.
Happened here in Massachusetts with
Things have moved on.
the Massachusetts State Police had to reinstate a bunch of officers who had been basically, I don't know, I guess suspended without pay, but they were still cops, but they couldn't serve, and it was just a whole entire shit show, man.
Did they back pay him?
I don't know about that.
I would hope so.
Probably not, knowing this state. This
Did
state.
they all go back?
Thing is, if they give an inch, they open themselves up for litigations. So the reality is how they got to play hardball, I suppose.
I mean,
They,
go on.
a quick aside, here in Massachusetts, what they really care about is all of the prisoners who are in long-term incarceration, state prisoners. The state decided in their infinite wisdom that they will now all have unlimited phone use through tablets and phones provided by the prison, cellular.
Wait,
That's
what?
going to cost $18.5 million
A year?
Yeah.
And they're going to use that to run criminal enterprises.
This is the initial startup cost, and then, of course, they're just going to have to pay for the cellular service, which is just going to be a repeating bill. Yeah, it's fucked up.
Wait, hold up. The inmates have
Mhm.
freedom of speech rights or something? What are they basing this on?
I have no idea. It's
They don't
unbelievable.
have.
They don't. That's the funny
They
thing.
have no legal right to that level of use. I don't understand that.
Now, are we talking about flagship phones again, or like we talking about the Nokia brick phone? Either way, it doesn't really matter. But I'm just out of curiosity.
No, they're going to provide the service for them.
I know, but the phone, like, what are they getting? Like the most dank of a cell phone, or are they getting like a rip off cheap pretend whatever?
I think
It just blows my mind that they're doing that.
yeah, it's hard to find a link on this, but yeah, it's
they
been
being
in the
like-
news. It's been in the news a lot lately. Let me go to
Are they going to
Twitter.
give them like purple mattresses and stuff, and some IKEA furniture, or like what? How big of an upgrade are these guys getting?
You're completely right, man.
What do I have to do to get in there?
Rob, steal,
Well,
stab.
that only works. It doesn't work in Cali. Oh, stabbing maybe.
Yeah, it's shocking.
Hey Welshman, over there, are people getting arrested as well, I don't know, you don't have a DA, I guess, but are people getting prosecuted for theft and up to, like, in California, like there's a certain level where it's like, not even
So in the UK, there's not really a national thing where like you can steal so much money, so much goods
Right.
of a value, but it's more of a policy between shops that some do and some don't.
They just don't call the police, is what you're saying.
Yeah, a lot of them don't call the police, so they literally will allow it. We're getting a lot of that walking in and walking out stuff. So same
Right.
in America, we're getting a lot of that.
But also RW, they have a single national prosecutor, the Crown Prosecution Service. All the prosecutors are appointed; they're not elected. There's no such a thing as a Soros prosecutor, because, as far as I know, he has no way of influencing who gets appointed to the prosecution service. It's in the U.S. there are local prosecutors and federal prosecutors, and local ones are often elected, and those can be that's who Soros, can pay, to
Mm.
assist their campaign.
Well, when someone's appointed, what does that mean as opposed to elected?
Well, that means that the whoever
There it is.
Well, just sorry, real quick for Dance. Like, what can't someone pay off people? Can't Soros throw money at people to get people appointed?
Of course you can.
Who? I mean, that would be bribery. That's a big risk. I don't think Soros would take a chance of bribing someone. He would be vulnerable to imprisonment.
Well, there was a DA in Maine last summer or spring. It might have been the year before, who was running, and he was a Democrat. And his opponent went on a local morning radio show that I like to listen to. And he said, "Did you notice the $400,000 donation to a rural DA in Maine from fucking George Soros?" It was a political action committee that's the one that George Soros funds. It doesn't have his name directly attached to it, but he's clearly funding it. For what reason? Last Dance?
For DAs, they're
extremely left wing.
Well, they support a narrative and a policy of no bail, because that and no prosecution of certain crimes that are nonviolent.
Yeah, and this guy, the guy who's running against him, who was on being interviewed, was like, people who vote for him need to look at why George Soros is funding his campaign.
Yeah.
We're talking about Maine, like the salt of the earth people here.
Dan,
they work the earth. They fucking go for lobsters in the ocean. They catch cod.
Did the guy win?
It was a hairline election, and he did win.
17 votes to 16.
George Soros.
Dance,
Yeah,
did you work with a man named Randall Jacobson?
Nope.
Okay. Just curious. He worked at the NSA building on the way to, I forget what road that was, Route 50 in Maryland. He worked in computers. He was a really cool guy.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Just remember, forget it.
I normally do. He was he would work, and they'd send him over to who knows where, and he'd come back and be like, "Yeah, I was working in the middle of the desert, in a little, it's basically a hut, hacking a satellite while they were shooting at the building." And I was like, what kind of hazard pay is that even? Like, what category does that put you under for hazard? Cool stories, but I don't even see how, like, you get back on the, yeah, we're going to send you over there. You're going to get shot at. You have to, like, hack this computer, and then you're done. Okay. No thanks.
It reminds me of the movie, what's it called? Sneakers? Do you guys remember that one?
I never saw that movie.
I don't remember
You would love
Sneakers.
it.
I remember that movie.
It was a cool movie. It was at the time when hacking was a little more rock star-ish.
Uh-huh.
Now it's completely different.
Must have been the 90s then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There was another cool part, there was a guy who was held in, he was transported in the trunk of a vehicle, and he described the sounds of the roadway, and then, they figured out where he was. Very cool movie. I highly recommend it. But yeah, it seems like hacking nowadays is just so much more streamlined.
The theme sounds familiar. Of the locating himself through sounds on the highway.
Yeah, exactly. I think you might have seen it. I'd be surprised if you did.
Yeah,
Good movie.
it's not hackers, like that was the same era as well. And then
There
later
was a
on,
hacker in that movie who's a really good character.
Right.
Well, he's the classic nerd who's like, you know, like not.
It always frustrates me when they type though, and they're like hacking everything, and they're like, "You can't type that fast. Not code. You haven't made one mistake, and you just type 6,000 characters. Get out of here."
Exactly. It's a lot
If you've ever seen like a programmer who types really fast, most of them that I've seen, they backspace almost as much as they're typing, you know,
Right.
characters. So it's like, yeah, it's like 2 steps forward and 1 step back.
Sure.
Right.
Stream of consciousness sort of thing.
Right.
Have you?
I mean, I swear, Die Hard had that guy figuring out all the codes and stuff, right? Am I remembering that correctly?
I'm sure there's like always a hacker in every movie now, or
I
then.
don't remember Die Hard. I don't remember Die Hard having one.
I don't remember Die Hard.
No, I remember Die Hard, but I don't remember a guy hacking anything. I remember the cop from, you know, Urkel's TV show. I remember the limo driver. I think that was Chris Rock, wasn't it? Or
That was the other limo driver, yeah.
I remember Hans. I remember, of course, Bruce Willis, but I don't remember a guy that hacked in that one. But then again, later in Die Hard and like into the future, when he was like had a young sidekick, I think he had this little tiny phone that he hacked, and then he used that to hack everything.
There you go. I
Right.
think there was a hacker in Die Hard.
In the first one,
Uh-huh.
you know, it's Christmas movie, so I'll watch it again this year.
What was the guy's name who at the end he dropped off the fucking building?
Hans Zimmer.
Zinger or Zimmer?
Zimmer, I think.
Okay. What a
He's an
scene. That guy. Great actor.
Did you ever play the arcade game where it was like Area 51, where there's actually a gun you shot, and it was Die Hard 2 in the plane, in the airport?
Never played it.
Dude, I miss arcades, man. I wish that they didn't shit the bed with arcades everywhere. Because
Yeah.
even though we have our own like arcades at home, we can play Xbox. It's not the same.
Have you been to a Dave and Buster's?
Long time ago,
Did you ever bring the kids?
not to Dave and Buster's. Dave and Buster's is the adult arcade.
No, there's a kid arcade at Dave and Buster's. I
Yeah,
thought.
there was nothing particularly adult at the Dave and Buster's that I've been to.
Oh, I thought the whole idea was it's for adults because you can buy drinks and everything.
Well, there are different, like there's the one I went to. There was pool tables in another area, drinks you could buy. It was a big,
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a bar in the arcade, but there's definitely little kids running around. Problem is, the little kids go in there and it's like sensory overload, and they're fucking gone. They're in like, you know, they are gonzo, and you have a whole gaggle of them. So that would be. It's not like you could sit there and enjoy a whiskey, you know. You'd be fucking running around like a maniac trying.
Oh, dude, I remember Helicopter. Dance, are you familiar with Ellicott City?
sure.
So they used to have in the Enchanted Kingdom there, the Enchanted Forest or whatever, they had Fun Jungle.
Oh,
remember
yeah, that place on Route 40.
Oh, hell yeah. Fun Jungle was the best arcade / indoor maze, whatever I've ever been to.
Oh yeah.
You
I don't know
could
if I
go in
ever
there
went-
for a flat fee and just be in the maze all day. It was like the best. If I was a parent, I would take my son there and just let that babysit him the whole day.
Yeah.
It's like Chuck E. Cheese times 100.
When that place went under, the scary goober at the front was there for like years. And, the place couldn't be sold or anything. And I was amazed that somebody didn't just go buy that thing because it was kind of classic.
Well,
old
someone
style.
did buy all of that stuff, and back in there, they bought all the fairy tale characters from the Enchanted Forest.
Uh-huh.
And down the road, I think it's called Owens Mills Farm on Owens Mills Road.
Okay.
That's where they put them all, and now it's like a petting zoo and all that. So they at least saved it from rotting.
Mm.
Nostalgic.
Yeah.
What do you think, fellas?
Well, I'm strong. If you want to,
I'll
always
keep it
happy to
going.
head out. But I can.
No, I'll keep it going. Is Welshman still here? It's fine if he isn't. We'll keep him on screen.
Yeah, mate. I'm listening, but I went on mute because I'm actually going to sleep.
All right, no
Start.
problem. Just hang out. If I hear snoring, I'll cut you out. If you want to put Trigger on for a second, I love Trigger. He's the man. Oh, he's the dog.
Right next to me.
What do you guys want to broach another subject? Oh, look at the little guy.
There
He's
we go.
awake.
All right, Trigger.
He's cute.
Aren't they banning him? Isn't his breed one getting banned from your country?
No,
Oh, that's
Boston
good.
Terrier. No.
he's not an American bully.
French
No, I thought
bull.
they were getting rid of pugs and stuff. All the short-nosed breeds.
No.
I think they might stop breeding them, but I don't know that they're.
Or change the breed a little bit. They should change it a little bit. Make it a bit healthier.
Yeah.
Bigger nose.
Yeah.
I'm just
What are
looking
they-
through the. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go. What were you looking through?
I'm looking through the trending news feed from the last week from Drone Techs just to see if there's anything worth breaching. Because I mean, one thing we didn't talk about was Kissinger. We talked a
that's
lot
right.
about most of the stuff though.
Kissinger died.
Yeah, we were going back and forth on that, and like he definitely made a lot of stuff happen in his lifetime. He was the voice in the room for quite a while in powerful places.
Yeah, I'll give you that. He was seemed to be an architect of a death, somewhat.
He was Klaus Schwab's mentor.
Last Dance, do you think he had to do with the death of a lot of people?
Well, of course, he was an architect of the policies that are essentially the warmonger policies that were adapted not just during his time, during the Nixon administration when he was running the show, which were bad enough, but kind of one of the founders of the intellectual basis for the neoconservative movement that flourished after his day was in government was done. So yeah, I mean, he was in his day, he thought he was doing the right thing. Hopefully we have learned from both experience and from thinking about it that strategy is not one that's going to make us stronger or the world a better place.
Yeah, he didn't have much of an excuse for it when questioned about that sort of thing, other than saying it was the sort of the era that they lived in, and he was just
Kelsey.
adjusting to it, per se, from what I've heard. I listened to a bunch of interviews with him recently. I feel like, obviously, that's the only way you're going to hear anybody's opinions, is to actually listen to them speak. And he, in the interview, seemed to pass the buck on to the rest of the world and say that he was more or less just addressing the issues that he found in context to the current state of the world and war. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's truth to that, but it also makes it sound like he wasn't. He had himself no agency in the matter. He was carried along by events. That's not really true. He was an architect of many of these policies. The secret bombing of Cambodia. We lost RW. Oh, now he's back. Okay.
Internet issues.
Okay. So no, what can you say? He was there and in power, and he was for diplomacy. He did help. He was an architect of the diplomatic opening to China. I think an important reason he did that wasn't because it was an altruistic thing. I think he wanted to triangulate and isolate Russia. Okay, not sure what that means. Kissinger also fought in World War II. He was a soldier.
Why was he hell bent on? What did you say about Russia?
He was to him the biggest threat was the Soviet Union, because it was. China was a nuclear power, but they were kind of a backwards ass country. But no technology. There were no real threat. So
Times have
they
changed.
they did have a huge population, an enormous army, and they did have a huge border with Russia, and so he calculated that it would be wise to cultivate relations with communist China, and so he did, architect that opening to China.
Was he in a seat of power when he passed away, or was he retired and in the background?
He had been retired from government since the end of the Nixon administration.
So he was just like a mentor to people.
Right. I mean, he was on boards of directors, of course, all over the place. So, in fact, he was even on the board of directors, I think, of Theranos, the company with Elizabeth Holmes.
They did well.
But no, he had no official power for since 1974.
The funny thing though, with that,
club?
Yeah, on a quick aside on that company, the concept is awesome. But if you don't have the technology, obviously it's a fucking joke. But to be able to do an at-home blood test is a fabulous idea.
Oh, now I know what you're talking about now.
I think it could be totally an incredible business model, but I mean, she certainly put a dark stain on that aspect of it. But when I first started hearing about it, I was thinking, yeah, you don't have to go to the fucking doctor anymore. They can give you all these numbers. You could figure out how your kidneys, your liver, your heart, everything is working. It's a great idea, but obviously, she,
Fudge the science a little bit.
A little bit.
Because we worked with a company called Diasorin, and they have a panel kit that you can put blood into, and it tests for a large number of infectious diseases. Now, that wouldn't give you, it's not a matter of putting readouts for your liver and your kidneys and your heart and all that, but at the same time, I do believe they have the technology to create that kit, but at the same time, that kit would cost, at least for the infectious disease part, a lot of money. Whereas a home test kit for when you go to a lab at the doctor's and they take your blood and send it to LabCorp, you're paying between $100 to $600 or whatever. I don't see why they can't bring that into a home setup with the technologies we have. And now it's a matter of administration. Are these people going to be able to administer that kit instructions? I don't know.
Possibly not.
I don't think you want people doing venipuncture. I don't think you want people taking their own.
No, this would have to be a
finger stick, right?
Finger,
like a diabetes kind of.
Or blow your nose until it bleeds and then do it into a jar. For
Punch
me, it's not hard.
This is our special wooden board. Punch your nose in your nose.
It's the Acme hammer with the big head on it. It says Acme.
But theoretically, unless you're getting
here's a video showing how to do
a good ml from a vein, you're not really getting a good test.
I don't know how much they need when they run those tests. I've never seen the LabCorp process, so I don't know. I would think that it's overkill when you're giving them that much blood. I mean, that they probably spin it down and then they get so much out of each vial, but I would think it's quite a bit of overkill because they're probably taking an ml pipe microliter pipette to take a sample of it to put it into whatever wells they're doing in.
Yeah, and it's yeah, it's like you say. What are you going to do? You need to. How is the company going to sell that sort of thing? I think it's a great business model, but I don't see it. I don't know.
It's not user friendly when it comes to selling a kit and making money. They'll make their money because they make their money when they sell the kit. If the end user is a moron and messes it up and has to buy 3 kits, that's a great business model.
Right, or misreads everything. There's tons of liability involved.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
Another story
Do you go to the doctor, RW, or you are the doctor guy?
I do go to a doctor, but most of the time I've gone to a doctor, I've just spent a lot of money to get absolutely no information. So I like natural remedies if I can.
You go for like yearly blood tests
No.
and stuff like that.
I go for what the fuck's wrong, I'm dying checkups.
Got you.
Because otherwise I just can't afford it. I really am frustrated with American medical facilities and the pricing and all that. I like my wife works for a dentist, and I went and got my gums burned in the back because I have a flap that went over one of my wisdom teeth, and so they took their fiber optic pen and cut the gums. That took, less than 15 minutes, and thankfully my wife works there because it was a $500 bill for this process that, when you look at the materials they used and the time from the dentist, it's nothing. Like, I understand you have to survive as a business, but that's like a 500% markup. So, or 5x, whatever you call it. I just wish that I wish that our subsidies in this country were more realistic, because I would rather that a hamburger costs $30 at McDonald's, but my dentist visit was $15. You know what I mean? Just the way we use money and how we could do it, I think, are very different.
Yeah, I think they've gotten a little out of control at the doctor/dentist office. They have so many admins and so many nurses, and then you see the fucking dentist or doctor for 30 seconds, you leave. They want you there for an extremely short amount of time in the first place. And the bill is really high. They're overbilling insurance. The whole industry is fucked up, and it's also these guys who've made their goal or ladies to graduate medical school, dental school, whatever it is, can get rich. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing for them to get rich. I think they should get rich.
I just don't think they can keep up that business model.
It sucks, man.
If the nation is getting poorer, they're going to reach an impasse, right?
Seemingly.
I mean, I'm at the impasse now. If my wife didn't work there, I'd be biting on that gum for a lot longer than I am.
Right.
So I'm sure there's a lot of people in my situation where it's like, I could go to the doctor and get this figured out, but I don't have $5 to $10 grand to go through the rigmarole to see if they can figure it out. So it's just me bitching in the end of the day.
Last Dance, are you a regular doctor guy?
I mean, I go when I need to, which fortunately is not very often.
Awesome.
But I do have regular doctor visits that are, that I have good, decent insurance for. Yeah, I'd be hurting if I didn't have decent insurance.
Is yours built into like a retirement deal from your company? So that's awesome. So you beat the game there. My grandfather had insurance from when he was working his whole life that like is for the rest of his life, and it's like royalty and life coverage, whereas there's no such thing that anywhere in the world like that now. So some people that are locked in with these lifetime signups, they did it right.
Yeah.
He actually makes money. If he has a nurse come and help for that day with, like his laundry or helping with the shower, go to the bathroom, whatever, he'll make money because the insurance company will give him like $400, and then he only pays the nurse like half of that. So that's awesome.
Amazing. I certainly don't make money when I see my doctor. I mean, I certainly have co-pays and so on. So, but and I pay a monthly fee for the insurance, but it's heavily subsidized, so it's it's affordable.
Well, when you're 65, will you switch to Medicare?
I don't know what the deal is, to be honest. If
Do you
I'm
get the
allowed
same
to
coverage
stay
on
on
that?
my,
Do you get the same coverage, or like you lose benefits?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I think I can keep my insurance whether I'm 65 or not. But
Yeah, keep it.
It seems like you get better coverage because America is kind of that way. If you pay enough money, you get to skip to the front of the line, right? America.
Yeah, and I think if you defer Medicare for as long as possible, eventually, if you ever do have to switch over, it might be even better, like Medicare Ultra or some craziness. Who knows?
It's a great name for insurance.
That's how it works. Like with Social Security, if you don't accept it, if you keep deferring, you get more like later. So I don't know. Have you had to deal with that last chance?
not yet, but it's coming because I was in a very lucrative retirement plan called Civil Service Retirement, or CSRS, for the federal government. I left government in around 2000 and was working in private industry for about a year and a half. And then I came back to government, and I kept my money that I paid into civil service retirement system in there, just because I hadn't decided what to do yet. And so I rejoined the civil service retirement system, but I wasn't allowed to go back into the system exactly as it was when I left because some law had been passed in the meantime. So I ended up having to pay into Social Security. So I paid Social Security when I didn't up until then.
Ouch.
But I also am eligible for Social Security benefits as well as my civil service retirement benefits, and it's offset because somehow whatever I get, it's not like they're going to add up 100%. What I get on one is kind of taken away from the other, but not completely. So it's too complicated. Not many people are in it in civil service retirement offset. So it's not like there's a lot of online resources that I can look to explain it. So I just have to figure it out as I go along.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to wait till 60s, pardon me, 67 for Social Security benefits, you do get more. But you're right, like there isn't a lot of advice. Yeah, I mean,
they're probably going to raise it for us, Steve. By the time we get there, it's like 70. Like,
screwed.
You got to make it 75 now.
Well, something has to be done because it won't run out of money. I would expect. I think they will just raise taxes. Is how they'll solve that.
More than likely.
I mean,
fortunately, Social Security
at a certain point.
Social Security pay-in doesn't go to payout. It's not how
Correct.
It works. That's the major problem.
Wait, what? The money that we're paying in for Social Security doesn't go into the system that then pays out?
No, it goes to other people who need Social Security who will never be able to pay in. People who are infirmed, people who have special needs, children who are uncared for, things like that.
I thought it was just like a big bank account that it went in.
No,
I didn't realize.
It does not.
It's just money that always disappeared. I never asked questions.
The money goes in, but the benefits that are paid out are not based on the money you put in.
So where's that?
They're bigger.
Where's the money coming from?
it's coming from you paying in now to people who are taking it out who are 20, who are retired.
Okay, so as long
So-
as there's people younger than me that are still paying in the future, it's still a viable system.
Yeah, exactly. It's been likened to a bit of a shell game, and that you pay in at the bottom, you young people, but it's not like it's going into a bank account for you. It just goes into the trough, and the people that are getting benefits get, even based on inflation,
I think
they're
that's-
getting more than they should.
I think that's
based
where
on
the
what they paid in.
I think that's where the flaw in this system of Social Security is. And Ashley, I know she says like her girl, I don't have any problem with people paying collectively to help those who can't help themselves. I think that's an altruistic thing to do. I think it's a truly human thing to do, is to, help each other, especially those who can't help themselves. I have no problem with that. But I think with Social Security, I think there needs to be two sides to it. Excuse me. I think that there should be a side of people who've paid in to be paid out, and there should be a side that's funded through taxpayers for people who can't pay in to be paid out. Like, it needs to be separated. Does that make sense?
I
see what
mean,
you're
I
saying.
understand your concept. I don't know how to argue for or against it, but I understand it.
Like, if you legitimately can show your check stubs since you're 16 and it says you've put in
They
hundreds
should already
of
have that
thousands-
information.
And they do. And it says you've put in hundreds of thousands of dollars. No matter what, you should be guaranteed a payout based on that, regardless of what other payouts are going to other people. And the other payouts going to other people, infirmed or special needs as they may be, whatever they are completely deserved as well. I just think there needs to be a separation there, because the people who are...
I think the separation would have to be, though, like, you have the people that legitimately can't put in because they have a disability of some sort, and then you have another group of people that are able to labor and they either choose to and put in or don't. There should be the people that don't put in but could. I feel like sorry buddy, enjoy poverty. I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you're just going to be a burden to the system but you could benefit the system, I don't see why you get a handout in the end anyway.
You mean like people who are taking cash payments?
People that are just milking the government for money and are never going to give to society.
Well, if you don't pay in, you have to have at least 40 quarters to get, of covered employment in order to get Social Security.
Okay.
That's basically 10 years.
Okay.
So if you don't pay in, you don't get quarters, basically.
Hopefully those aren't consecutive.
No, they're not consecutive.
Okay.
But if that's something that's something to think about. You don't necessarily have to work an entire quarter to get a credit for a quarter. So, if it's,
I'm sure some
something
people are working that as well.
Yeah.
Bottle Cap says children who are uncared for should become assets in the future. Can someone explain that to me?
If it was cup of tea, I would know, but Bottle Cap usually is pretty serious. So
I just don't understand I don't understand what he's saying. If you could rephrase that, Bottle Cap.
yeah,
I don't really get what he's
I
saying.
think he's
either.
talking about basically slavery or something, or
No.
selling their
Stop.
labor for.
No. I think
And
he
I don't think anybody
means-
here is judging you, Ashley, for your situation. But I don't think you have to defend your situation. It's
certainly not,
logical.
Ashley. And we're not trying to single out people who have a difficult situation that is how it is. It's not what we're talking about.
My wife took advantage of it. She was when her kidney disease got bad enough, she had to go on dialysis. And when you reach that level, you are considered permanently and totally disabled, and you qualify uh, for Medicare. And they will pay largely for dialysis, which is unbelievably expensive. I can't remember what it was, but it was like $35,000 or $40,000 a month.
Wow.
That the dialysis center paid, charged the government. The government paid. It was just mind-bogglingly.
There's a lot of people on dialysis. You'd be surprised.
Yes, yes, and that's also this is the hidden time bomb of the obesity epidemic that's coming. Is a huge. Obesity leads to diabetes. Diabetes leads to kidney failure. And kidney failure leads to dialysis. And the medical bill that the government will be footing is incredible.
The monopoly on nutrition information, or how do I say that correctly? Nutrition, what is being taught for nutrition, I truly believe is owned by big business. And the Americans and people around the world that are following the American lifestyle are becoming fat, sick, and dead. And
nobody teaches nutrition. There's nothing taught.
Well,
where do you learn nutrition? I didn't have a class in nutrition in high school.
Well, for my year of PE in high school, they started making it where half of PE had to be health. So they start to teach nutrition. But even what they're teaching as nutrition, once you truly study into it, you realize that, big dairy and big meat and all this have created that pyramid of food, and it's not true.
Well, you're talking about the USDA, which is statutorily required to consider the inputs from the dairy and the beef industries for that stupid pyramid. But I don't think no people really, nothing that comes out of the USDA is given much attention. I don't know, maybe it is in schools, but certainly doctors don't give it a second thought.
I feel like there should be a emergence of truth for nutrition so that people can feel better naturally, because I don't know if it's lobbyists or what that are getting, the brainwashing aspect of, Domino's and McDonald's and Nabisco snacks and just the constant onslaught of all that garbage. And then people spend their whole day eating it and they are sick. And it's like, if they could just learn that it's a cause and effect relationship with their food, hopefully they would start to pay attention to it. But if I go to a commoner, any of my neighbors, they're all diabetic. Most of them are diabetic. They all got tons of pills they're swallowing, and they don't understand almost anything that I know. And I'm not a super intelligent person. I've just looked for information.
No, I know what you're saying. There is a lot of nutrition ignorance out there. But however, diabetes, it's not for the most people. Type 2 diabetes is nothing more than you're too goddamn fat, and there's a lot of exactly what you eat is not the big deal. It's the fact that you just eat too fucking much food, and you don't have any, and you don't exercise. So I mean, right. It's true that there are better ways and worse ways to get your caloric amount that you need, but most people go way over that caloric amount. It doesn't matter what they eat, including me. I'm not trying to anybody.
Aren't you surprised though, or maybe they are working it into it, but aren't you surprised that for climate change and carbon emission, they're not going after gluttony and consumption rates?
I know that the people who understand these things know that that's there. There's some things are considered losing battles, and you can't win them. But definitely, I mean, it's understood that just the level of consumption is as unhealthy for the planet as anything. We just
When I went to the grocery store to help my grandmother last week, there's another like 90-year-old lady pushing a cart full of Diet Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at her like, how is it even possible? And then I'm thinking, how many trucks come to this Food Lion every week just for Coca-Cola? And you want to look at carbon levels and stuff like that. I'm just surprised that they're not finger wagging or anything like that.
I think they
kind of
are.
fits the narrative.
Yeah, they do finger wag over just consumption in general without really getting into details. That seems reasonable to me.
I feel like they don't get into the details though because of lobbyists. I feel it's like how you're definitely not going to be calling out Coca-Cola as a problem in this climate change issue. Like our corporation is going to sue you if you say anything about it.
It depends who you talk to, right? There are people who will say, "Don't drink bottled water. Just go to the frickin' tap and drink that because bottled water
It'll get you high."
Bottled water is an incredibly intensive resource process, right? It's got to be
right.
You got the plastic to put it in. It's got to be shipped. You got to throw it away.
I drink about 30 half-liter bottles a week.
Of your own bottle or of consumable bottled water?
Bottled water. Yeah, and I mean, like, in my shop here, I have 2 shops where I work, and I was looking, as I was leaving on Friday, I looked in the trash can. It was just 3 feet of bottled water.
Did you shed a tear? Did the tear go down into your beard after you saw the amount of plastics?
No, I was happy.
Like the Indian.
Yeah.
Just happy I cleaned them up, So
they're not on the ground.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm lucky. I'm lucky in that I have tap water that I enjoy. I think it tastes good. I'm not.
Is it chlorinated?
It's chlorinated, absolutely.
Do you taste the chlorine?
A little bit.
That's disgusting.
It doesn't
We
bother
got
me.
well water, man. We're rolling.
Yeah.
Is it tested?
No. I'm sure they did originally. It's delicious. But have you seen the technology where people are taking plastic and basically putting it through like backwoods still to turn it into diesel?
No, I haven't seen that.
So you basically cook the plastic down and put it through these stills and to these different chambers it'll go through, and it creates different qualities of oils, and they get it down to, you can get it to gasoline if you want, but they get it to diesel, and then they use that diesel to run generators. And it's just like, we could totally do that here. Like, we could have a very refined, low pollution process to take all these bottles, instead of burying them in the ground or burning them, we could get some resources back. Maybe it's not, but these people are just using wood fires. It's not like it's very cost, I guess it's cost efficient to do it, but I don't know. I'm just surprised how much we're putting in a landfill. Whenever I go to the dump and I have to dump something off, I just look at the pile and I'm like, wow.
Everything is done because it's engineering wise. It's by far the cheapest solution. I mean, even recycling is barely, economically possible. There are times when the recycling centers, the market for paper, recycled paper is so bad that it's just cheaper to put it in the landfill, and that's what'll happen.
Well, here the landfills
you have to pay to get someone to take your paper.
The landfills are full here, so.
Yeah, but there's always more land. There's always an ocean. If you run out of land to dump it in, it's like.
What it comes down to here is we go, and they drop it off. They put it in trucks, and the trucks take it somewhere else.
Right.
And the landfill is a mound It's a massive hill. It's got these little smokestacks sticking out of it. It's all neat and clean with green grass growing on top of it. Often flocks of geese are up there. But the trash ain't going in there anymore. It's over. I guess there was a landfill craze in the 80s, 90s, and a lot of them are now full. So where's the trash going?
Dude, the ones in Maryland that I move away from, in near Eldersburg, they filled up the hills and then they put dirt over it, and in 2 years, it was a housing development. They put houses on top of it.
Well, that's not supposed to be legal.
Nobody told them.
They're supposed to do soil tests and perk tests for that sort of thing. And yikes.
Well, not if you have city, or county water, county sewer, then you don't have to.
Well, you still have to have soil tests.
Why? So it's not poisonous? I mean, I'm sure they test for,
Yes.
heavy
Poisonous.
metals and that sort of stuff.
Well, like anything, heavy amounts of ash can be poisonous.
That's tested for. There are soil tests, but
I'm hoping the houses were cheap, because you think that the realtor would have to tell the guy, be like, hey, just so you know, you're standing on a shit ton of crap right now.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't dig too deep for your trees.
The reason I say that is I know some builders who got burned and they had to scrape off like 3 feet of soil to a whole housing development that they burned because of basically potash. I think it was butene nitrate, something along those lines. And it was because it was built over a old burn pit, landfill, dump. I don't know what you would call it, but whatever shit they burned in it in the old days had transferred over to the soil to the new days, and that's important stuff.
They burned some good stuff in the 60s.
Oh, they burned everything. I have a building that has an incinerator in it. It's all walled off and stuff, but that was the thing back in the day. You would take everybody's trash. You wouldn't bring it out to the dumpster, pay a company to take it away, all tidy and nice. The maintenance guys would bring it to the fucking incinerator inside the building. Burn it daily. Can you imagine? And that was only 66, 67, 68.
Wasn't that considered central heating?
I'm sure they... No, I think they were trying to just get the goddamn smoke out as quickly as they could back then. But,
in Australia at the airport, right next to the airport, you could see the smokestacks for, I believe it was a coal burning facility for electricity. And if it was a cloudy day, they would double the burn. So as soon as civilians couldn't clearly see the smokestacks, they would double the burn outright.
Huh. That's interesting, isn't it? Why would they double the burn?
Because you can't see it coming out of the stacks, so you don't have to worry about it because you can't see it.
So
but if they saw, if people saw, out of sight, out of mind.
It's a free for all. Once it's out
That's
of sight,
right.
Just fucking go, right?
Right. I thought that was interesting. I'm not sure that flies too well for the greenies, but
now, last dance. What do you mean here? All soil is radioactive.
To a finite degree.
I mean, yeah. There's always. It's part of the. There's a small amount of uranium in the earth, and some of it decays to radioactive particles, and you get radon coming up as a gas, and so it's a question of how much, not whether it's there's such a thing as non-radioactive soil or not.
It makes flowers grow better.
It is concerning with radon that you hear they're so concerned with it when a house sells, but yet people could be living there for 75 years, multiple generations of families, and there's not testing going on. It only comes when there's a real estate transaction.
I'm sitting in a basement now that tests super high for radon. So there's people
Yeah.
coming in that are going to install stuff to pull it out. But
Mitigate the science on it is kind of. I mean,
apparently it's real bad.
well, it increases. I mean, you could, it is a radioactive isotope. It can increase your risk of lung cancer. I think
Jesus,
most
RW, get out of
significantly. But
Run for your
every,
life,
every,
man.
you
I'm
know,
lazy. Everyone else upstairs is asleep. This is my only safe haven in the radioactive dungeon.
the risk
That's
is,
all you got, so you'll take it. I hear
Yeah.
you, man.
the risk is
Fair enough.
often people tend to overreact to small risks. And
Like tetanus.
I don't know, like tetanus. But yeah, you hear something is radioactive, it increases your risk for cancer, and you're like, I get rid of that. I don't want to make it tune that risk down to zero. Well, you can't do that. It's just not how life on Earth is. We're exposed to the sunlight, which includes gamma rays, small amount of them, and
Bill Gates is taking care of that, so that's
Bill
going to
Gates
work
takes
itself
care of
out.
that. Sleep in a lead chamber. Well, yeah, okay. You'll probably get trace amounts of lead that will build up.
I'll take the metal poisoning over the skin cancer any day, right?
But you got to remember,
Pick your poison. That's maybe what it amounts to.
you got to remember, because lead, the molecules are way too big. They're not transpermeable. So you have to put lead in your mouth, eyes, ears, or ass.
We all have our different preference.
Right, exactly.
Or
But
all
otherwise, it
or
won't
all of them
hurt
at
you.
once if you're really, partying.
I prefer it in my vaccines.
If you're a lead head, then you go all at once, right? Yeah, I mean, right, yeah, I hear you, RW. They put, there's fucking mercury in some vaccines.
Right.
Well, there's always a small amount, yeah. For
Not always. You can get mercury-free vaccines.
okay, but they have
You have to request for it, though.
Well, the funny thing is, a lot of places will just give them to you. If you ask, can my kid get a mercury-free vaccine?
Right in their
Oh,
ass.
sure. Oh, sure, no problem.
They've been a little shit today, so go right in the ass cheek.
Right, exactly. Give them.
Sorry, it was a rough day.
Give me the thicker needle.
Yeah, you got an 8 gauge?
Exactly.
I had one more topic, and then I'm probably going to pass out.
Let it fly.
The hacking, the Hamas hacking group Avenger or whatever, hacked units that are Israeli owned inside of the United States, and the article was they hacked a water pump facility, and I guess increased the pressure on the system, but because of all the fail safes that were built in, the engineers figured out something was going wrong and they shut the system down, so there wasn't any damage. But they're saying that all of these devices are fair game to hack because they're Israeli. So, America, the people in America with these systems now are on the lookout for cyber attacks. I'm just curious if you guys have heard anything about that.
No, I haven't heard anything about that.
I haven't, but it's an interesting concept because I do know quite a bit about water pumps. And you probably do, RW, as well. If you run a water pump without water,
Burn that bitch out.
You'll fry that shit right in 2 seconds. So if they can turn these pumps on with the valves shut down, you could be talking about burning up a whole pump station in 20 minutes. That's pretty crazy, dude.
I mean, burning up the pump is one way, but if you increase the pressure on the system for higher than the threshold of it's meant to handle, then you blow out the system and flood.
Yeah, you really want to do is break the mains under the street, because that's really, really expensive to fix and does a lot of damage.
By the pump system?
Well, I'm thinking of the cities like Baltimore. They have all these old old water mains that are really creaky, and any
Oh, don't they
something
have
like a,
terracotta in
Yeah,
Baltimore?
they're clay pipes. Yeah.
Clay pipes.
yeah, some of the, yeah, but even the iron ones have been there forever and are rusted beyond belief. And
The old
you know,
cast.
Yummy.
you know, if you were to like suddenly like increase the pressure inside them by to
15-fold,
30%
yeah,
or something,
yeah. I
whatever,
hear
there would be breaks, and they would be these breaks are just incredibly expensive.
be
They
the
do a
first
lot of
time that all the
damage.
streets in Baltimore were clean.
No, there have been many main breaks in Baltimore, and the streets only stay clean for a day.
Yeah, must be a nice day.
Yeah,
I don't think that this instance in itself, this Avenger group, is going to be a big deal, but in the last couple of years, there have been breaches in cyber networks. So there was a hack that happened. There was this background program. This is paraphrasing because I forget most of the details. There's a background program for tons and tons and tons of companies inside the United States that its job was to receive updates and then push that update onto all the software in the company. And it became compromised a long time ago, and they're finding out that all these companies are compromised from that system because they hacked the system, put in the malware, and then that pushed the update to all of the nodes in the system. And so I'm just kind of waiting for, I'm not trying to like fearmonger, but I'm just waiting for this cyber pandemic that they're talking about. It's not very far-fetched of an idea. If they take down a certain set of power grids, you're going to take out a quadrant of the United States of America. So I'm curious if they're ever going to be able to actually pull it off. I would think that someone would be trying it if they can get away with it.
I mean, nobody can guarantee that they're invulnerable to hacks. There's like, if they have any network connections, they're not invulnerable.
I mean, we've seen Die Hard. We did talk about that.
Yeah, I could say that there's money and effort put into securing the systems. I'll never say that they're therefore invulnerable. So they are vulnerable, and
Well, but it's considering that that system I was talking about was a security system that was hacked in the first. You hack the company whose job it is to protect the company.
all I could tell you is that there, quite a while ago, maybe 20 years ago, maybe not that long, but the U.S. kind of updated their warfighting strategy and communicated this to China and Russia and other allies that a significant enough infrastructure attack would be considered an active war like any other, like a missile attack or whatever, and therefore they could be retaliated and responded to in kind.
If they
Let
can
me ask
prove
you
that
this.
they,
Let me ask you this, Last Dance. What was it, 2-3 years ago? Was it South Carolina or North Carolina where somebody went through and started shooting up fucking substations?
oh, I heard about that.
Transformers or something, yeah.
And
I heard about
actually had some success.
Yeah,
It was like it happened more than once, right?
Yeah,
a couple places, right.
and nobody was ever caught.
Right, I mean,
what do you chalk that up to? Rednecks? They didn't know. A couple fellas with some ARs, or
I
a little more sophisticated.
I would think it's closer to the redneck. I wouldn't say this was just like drunk, like a bunch of dumb drunks, just yoo-hoo, shoot.
Right.
Like is this a
Little
mailbox?
Little more of an elevated redneck.
Right. I mean, I think there was some intent to create a wave of worry, but beyond that, until they catch the person, I just have no idea what the motivation is. If there is even
Certainly, the motivation seemed to be like some sort of civil disruption.
Yeah,
But
except
it was civilians, right? U.S. civilians that did it.
Yeah, supposedly. I mean, yeah, but it was
Well,
too
that's-
small scale to have been that big of a disruption. It's more like an inconvenience. I mean, people can be. You take out, power to 5,000 people. Maybe there's a hospital in that zone, and And, they go on backup power, but maybe they still have to, ration power. So, it could be dangerous, admittedly. People,
Now, Ashley says we don't damage our own provision. You can't speak for everybody, Ashley. That's crazy.
There's some
There
dumbass kids, though. It sounds like it's just
Maybe-
a bunch of dumbass kids.
it could just be vandals.
It could be vandals. It could be somebody with a greater intent on disrupting,
Yeah.
civil society.
It could be
Somebody
anybody.
with a hatred of the United States.
It could be somebody who got a ticket and just lost it, and so
Right.
I'll get back at my neighbors, or whatever by blasting out this transformer.
That's
She
some
says
gangster ass shit.
Well, maybe where you live, because they know every damn hillbilly. They probably
Yeah, I
know
mean-
exactly who did it based on the shotgun cartridges at the scene, right? But
That's the
You
last
know-
time you're gonna beat me at Bunko night, Betty. There goes your
You-
electricity, bitch.
You like
somebody in
to
a
think
place with 1 million residents or more, it might be harder to. A little better chance of being anonymous.
you like to think that people have a greater respect for things than that, but I mean,
When you live in a country with 330 million people, there's just too many people. It's the case that there's so many people that every kind of evil act is, although a very low probability per person, there's enough people that it's likely to occur. So, it's just
Yeah.
a numbers game that we're losing here. So,
it's like that guy who just shot those 3 guys in Burlington, Vermont.
right? Do they even have a
Fucking
motive for him?
I don't even know. They can't really figure it out.
Yeah.
It seems obvious that he should be charged with the hate crime, but I
I mean,
don't,
you'd be surprised how the things you assume are hate crimes turn out to be their little evidence to support them. Do you remember the shooting at the Pulse nightclub in Florida?
yeah, there were 49 people killed.
Yeah, it was a gay club,
Mhm.
a Muslim shooter. People assumed that the Muslim shooter targeted the club because he hated gay people because it was violated his religion. There's actually no evidence that he targeted it because they were gay. In fact, it's possible he didn't even know that. That it was never on his radar. There's really his wife said that there was no. He was evidently looking at other targets that were not like Disney was one of his potential targets. Things that seem obvious, they're not. It's not. You jump to conclusions based on, the things that are kind of on the surface there. Now,
Well-
I'm not. I agree. I feel the same way as you. It's like it's 3 Arab guys they even wore keffiyehs. So they
They were
obviously-
speaking some.
right. You'd think, well, that has to be obvious, but I don't want to. I'm tired of jumping to conclusions. Now that might not be Atlas.
I don't think it is.
If it is you, Atlas, you're going to have to show your face before we put you on.
I'm going to say in 5 Atlas, 4, 3 Atlas. Just show yourself real quick.
I think he has to use his phone to show himself. So
2,
you
1.
could just leave him in the
He's switching
background
to
there.
his
It's not
phone.
going to harm.
Do you guys ever look at YouTube Shorts?
Yeah,
I-
totally.
Drone
I-
Tech has some of his shorts.
Yeah, I usually don't use that media, but I was in bed last night and I stayed up forever. You just keep going. But my point is,
It is.
there's so
Eventually
many shootings. I had no
Oh,
idea how
really?
many shootings were on these freaking video. Like they don't show the blood and gore, but it's just like I can't
Huh.
believe how many instances of people pulling a gun and shooting somebody on film there are now on the internet. Like I know that
never
you guys
saw
on
one of
Live League
those.
watch that. Really?
On YouTube
Blew
Shorts.
my mind. Blew my mind.
Mine have always been between, dogs and big booty. So
Yeah, I'd rather twerking and dogs than people getting
Right.
shot. I don't know what the hell my algorithm is, but it's broken.
what the fuck happened to yours? All of a sudden,
I don't know if I was just tired or what, but I was getting teared up, and the old cowboy takes his glasses off and he just makes the decision in his mind to tackle this bitch that's pulled a gun, and he takes his glasses off, puts them
Right.
down, and then goes for him. I was like, You're a true fucking American hero, dude. You're just like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm gonna kill myself if I have to make sure that you're not robbing the store.
All right, that is Atlas.
No,
Can't switch to my computer.
All right,
Welcome
you
back,
go,
man.
You want to go to the other one, dude? Okay. Wait, now he left both of them. Or did I do that?
Did the wrong order. Someone did it, but
I don't know. I mean, this thing's coming to an end. It's been on for fucking ever.
4.5 hours, but we talked about important things. We even got some nasty porn. You must feel honored that you're getting enough clout on the internet now that there's porn bombs.
No, it's not an honor. This is just that lunatic trying to ruin everybody who has Chase Welshman out.
I can't believe I left for fucking 1 minute last
Yeah,
time.
you just I'm a bad man. I suck. I'm not denying it.
What the fuck?
You know,
All right.
Steve's going back to look for that shit too. He's like, freeze frame.
You want to, guys, want Atlas?
Yes, I'm fine with it.
I'll hover my finger over the button. You know.
All right, hover.
You missed
Hover.
you missed a porn bomb before you even got here the first time, Atlas. It was just a guy that Welshman is staying. He fell asleep, but he likes to stay in the screen chat just so that the lunatic adds to the watch count.
That's cute. That's cute.
Yeah.
I didn't know you guys are still awake. I finished my activity and saw you guys still going.
Well, you're coming in at the very end. I'll say that.
Okay, good. I just wanted to drop in again because I had free time.
What was your activity?
I have a clan of individuals who play video games with. One of them is my former missionary companion. We've been buddies since long time, and yeah, we just hung out. We played Lethal Company.
Oh, Lethal Company. I thought you might have done raids or something on Destiny.
The new dungeon just came out. We did that the other night and stuff. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Do you feel like the money they charge for expansions on Destiny 2 is fair priced?
Yeah. In the grand scheme of things, yeah.
Okay.
Do I is it expensive? Like, do you get the money? If you're asking, do you get the money that you're paying for? Sometimes I don't feel like sometimes it's worth it.
Yeah, not enough is released with the expansion. I don't think so.
However, I've played since beta, so I have more time than probably anyone you've ever met playing that stupid game. But I love it, and yeah, it's coming to a close next year, so I like that. I like a chapter closing, if that makes sense.
I really liked it because I'm a big Diablo 2 head, and I like games that are random gear drops, and I also like Halo, so that was like a perfect combination. But I do wish that the gear that dropped had even more variables for what could possibly be the modifiers of the gear. But otherwise, I really do like the game.
I feel like in recent years they've maximized what they can do with the tools that they have without, because there are limitations once you build an engine for the game.
Test.
Yeah, once you. I can hear you. Once you build an engine for the game, I feel like it's pretty hard to kind of escape the confines of that engine. You know what I mean? So, having played for so long, there's certain elements that are just kind of repeats and rehashes with just a new flavor, new skin,
right? New cosmetics.
But next year is the last of it. There will be a continuation of episodes, is what they call them, but they're kind of like a ... at the end of the story. While they work on some future project, hopefully an upgrade. But yeah, it's coming close next year. Is what I'm hearing.
Did Steve or Dance, have you got into any of the gaming world? Is there any type of video game that you fancy? Even maybe pinball? I don't know.
What do you guys do for fun?
This.
Well, this is fun. I agree. I like talking and yelling at people online. It's true.
It's a bit of a video game. It's a video. Some people are playing games.
Yeah.
Call of Duty Mobile is not bad.
I saw you answered that in the chat. I asked another person a question. You're like, mobile. I was like, I can't get on board with playing first-person shooters on a phone.
Mhm.
I'm kind of with RW on that. I have never been a big mobile fan.
I'm pretty good
Do you
at it.
feel clumsy? Do you like when you're running around? Do you
Yeah.
click the wrong shit and stuff?
Yeah, I feel clumsy.
Well, I've gotten good at it. I've been playing it for, I don't know, 7 years.
Damn, I didn't know it was that old.
5 years. We got a Switch, so I like a couple of Switch games. They're goofy, nothing big.
The ones that you like, do they use a normal controller style or do they use the movement of the controller?
We bought some, they look like the old school Sega, double Batwing controller goofy thing.
But in
They
the
work.
game, like in other words, when you play the game, are you moving your hands around or is it just like you're holding onto the controller and pushing the buttons?
Correct.
Okay. I really like the game they made for Nintendo not long ago, Mario Maker or whatever, where you could create your own Mario levels. There's some pretty interesting stuff that people put out there. Troll levels, like their chance of beating it is like 1 in a million. But for old hardcore Mario fans, it's like they'd still attempt it, and it would be fun to watch them attempt it.
And sometimes win, yeah.
Sometimes win. Most of the ones I watched, they did win one where you go down a pipe and like all that's in there is a bunch of bouncy things, and like only one of them is the pea stomper that you got to get, and then you got to jump and get out of the pipe and use it to win. It's like they were on some serious drugs when they thought of the level, but it was pretty cool to watch.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't play much Mario. I got made fun of because I thought Mario wasn't saying "Let's go." I thought he was saying Mexico every time he came out of a pipe. So I never played Mario.
He just
that was traumatic for you.
I was a kid. I just never. But Mario's been on Nintendo's always been on like a PlayStation or Xbox or something like that. So never been in my sphere.
I was born in '85, and not long after that, my uncle gifted the family the original Nintendo system. So
it's pretty cool.
I was locked into it since a very early age.
I had a Genesis, if you remember that, a Sega Genesis.
Yeah.
Did you ever have the original version? Did you ever have the original version of Top Gun on Nintendo?
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Where it's like you got a joystick and you like go left and right, and like I think it's got like I think I had this image in my head of an F-14, like really pixelated F-14. Yeah,
I think I have played it.
Really hard to land, and the last level was landing on the space station, and it was fucking impossible, dude.
That's funny.
There's a lot of Nintendo games that were never meant to be beaten, basically.
There were like 4 levels in Top Gun. The first one, you beat all the war shit, and then it played that goofy song that was like pseudo-patriotic, and then you're trying to bring the plane in to land. The fucking thing is all over the place, and it wasn't like they gave you instructions on how to land the plane. It took you like 50 times, so you had to beat the level, which became easier and easier every time. But in classic Nintendo fashion, in order to finish the level, you had to like finish the final task, which was like figure out on your own. With a lot of them, to beat the boss or whatever it was, you could beat the level, and then you had to beat the boss or land the plane or whatever, and it was super complicated in that. I love that game.
It reminds me of Star Wars Empire Strikes Back for Nintendo, or Super Nintendo maybe. I think it was Nintendo, but the first level, you're on Tatooine and you're driving around. It's super easy. You can beat it, no problem. But then the second level, you have to go in the Millennium Falcon and get through the asteroid field. And it's like literally like 6 million to 1 chance you're getting through that bitch. And there's like 15 levels after that no one's ever seen because they'd never get past that level. So
Right. Exactly.
Game Genie, bro. That thing, it was like a necessity.
Was that like the cheat codes and all of that
Game
stuff?
Genie, yeah, you plug it into the Game Genie cartridge, and then you'd shove that into the Nintendo system, and you actually needed it in the future because you usually had to put the cartridge in and push it down, and it would lock down, but that little clip would break on all the systems, so you needed a Game Genie so that you could just push it in without pushing it down.
Huh.
Yeah.
Was it a Nintendo product?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think it was a third-party product.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff still like that today. There's a device today called a Cronus Zen that you can connect to your Xbox or whatever. And
Really?
yeah, you can convert like so until recently it was kind of strange to have like a keyboard and mouse on like an Xbox console or a PlayStation. So originally that device would allow you to put a keyboard or mouse connected to the console because it is just a computer, right?
Right.
And
I mean, that's definitely an advantage for first-person shooters and stuff.
yeah, so you could do stuff like that. There were things like you could like for example, you can get it so it fires, at mouse click. You're holding the trigger, but it's firing at digital speeds, right? So
Mhm.
you're just holding the trigger and it's doing everything. I mean, there's still modern day versions of it, but everyone's just kind of going to mouse and keyboard nowadays.
I never knew they had like the Game Genie version for Xboxes.
Yeah, it's called a Zen. There's probably newer versions out even than that today, but yeah, they like you can preload specific algorithms in it that allow you to, like Call of Duty, for example. So like your better head tracking, faster shooting, automatic melees, stuff like that.
And which is very frustrating for people that aren't doing that.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of my generation is really getting into just using their phone. The true gamers will have a console or a computer set up, but a lot of them are just games on their phone, and there's very few games on the phone. Like Steve has, COD Mobile, which is a real game, so it's like a real game experience, but a lot of it's like Candy Crush or, stupid stuff, and I'm surprised that people will sit there and play the same thing over and over and over again, like Candy Crush, and enjoy it.
That's crazy. I agree with you. I mean, this laptop I have is got a Ryzen, whatever the hell that is. It's a gaming laptop, but I didn't buy it for that. I bought it for streaming, and I've never played a game on this thing. So
we'll have to get you in on the Discord and play some of those wonky games. Oh, you played putt-putt golf with us?
That's true, but I mean, you could play that on a fucking,
The
iPod.
the More Company game or the Lethal Company game that I was playing it's pretty fun. It's not very graphically stunning, but the VoIP protocols on it are pretty cool. So the voice over IP protocols on it are pretty cool. So it's got like proximity chat. So as everyone's in the lobby together, the further somebody gets out, the quieter their tone gets, and as they get closer, the louder the tone gets. And their in-game mechanics, like you have to buy a radio, then you have to activate the radio and talk on the radio. But the funny part is there are monsters and stuff in it, and then when your friends die, they just go abruptly silent. You know what I mean? And you don't really get a report or like a video game. It's kind of funny listening to your friends die and panic.
Interesting way of saying it. That's cool though that it's not just a voice chat
in a game
fully active. Yeah, no, I hear you.
Well, boys, it's 12:18 over here, and
I just want to say hello and thank you for inviting me. So I appreciate it.
Thank you for being here, Atlas. You've been great. Everyone who's been here has been great, and I do appreciate you all.
Thanks for doing the show.
No problem at all.
And have a great week, and hopefully see you again next week.
Exactly.
Take it easy. Take it easy, RW.
See you, RW.
All right.
See you soon.
Later, man. I was going to say a little personal goodbye to Last Dance, but he took it upon himself to leave, which is fine. Bye, buddy. And everybody, thank you for being here. Everybody in the chat, you've been wonderful. And as I say every week, my pub, it ain't much, but it would be nothing without you all. So please come back, and we have fun every week. We can talk, catch a nice little buzz. Good night, Last Dance. Later, man. You know what I mean? Like, this is what it's about. We chat. We get heated, which is cool. We got heated tonight, which was awesome. But nobody personally insulted each other. And I do appreciate everybody being here. And I wish you all a good night. I recommend now that you go and listen to a couple of good songs and go to bed. Later.